Katrina and me, do you see what I mean? Because we're swapping off, it's a bit... So I suggest we do it afterwards. Hello? No, Anita's on webinar. Grassi. I haven't seen him yet. Hello, good morning everybody. Friends and panelists, could you take your seats please? Call to order, call to order. Yes, we need to, we're... This chair's... Katrina, Consul General. Okay. Good morning. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists and guests. We would like to thank the British Embassy and Land Tirol for their support in making this project possible, bringing together an international group of public institutions, experts, forest practitioners, and technology providers to discuss how to tackle two problems affecting alpine forest, strictly related to climate change. First of all, their physical stability, impaired by extreme climate events, as witnessed, for example, by Storm Vaya in October 2018, and currently well illustrated along the front of the National History Museum of Milan, only 200 meters from here. And secondly, but equally importantly, their increasing vulnerability to pests, in particular to bark beetles. We are very pleased to have with us Marco Onida, the forest team leader from the European Commission's Environment Directorate General in Brussels, and Giacomo Grassi, the scientific project leader at the European Commission's Joint Research Centre in Ispra, here in northern Italy. Above all, this pre-COP26 conference aims to stimulate further scientific debate on these critical forest management issues, as well as to provide suggestions that can support the ongoing work to find and implement practical and concrete solutions. Now, with the greatest of pleasures, we would like to invite Katrina Graham, the British Consul General in Milan and Director of the Department for International Trade in Italy, to introduce this pre-COP26 conference.
Thank you, John, and thank you, JSC Mountain. Thank you, Land Tirol, for arranging this fantastic event, and thank you to the many eminent scientists and experts that we're going to hear from later on. As a scientist myself, it's fantastic to see such expertise in the room, and I'm really looking forward to it. John and I think you touched on this, discussed this idea about a year ago with enthusiasm, but it's really exciting to see it finally come together in this most important week for Milan and the planet. I'd like to start by saying that our ambassador to Italy, Jill Morris, would have loved to be here today. She was due to make this remark instead of me. She attaches great priority to this event, but I'm afraid that our Prime Minister called on her time at the pre-COP conference itself, and so she is otherwise engaged. I hope I'm an adequate substitute. So we are hosting 14 events in the UK house here in Villa Necchi over the next 2 days. But I think it's fair to say this is one of the most important discussions we are going to have because what we will be discussing today is directly contributing to one of the core priorities of the COP26, that is nature and how we protect our ecosystems. What we're discussing today is contributing to directly the 4 key objectives of the COP26. Those are securing global net zero by mid-century and keeping that 1.5 degrees limit on global temperature rises alive, adapting to protect communities and natural habitats, that's the second goal, mobilizing finance, the third, and critically working together internationally to deliver. So I think this event hits in all 4 of those key objectives very directly. And as I said, the COP26 under the UK's presidency in partnership with Italy has a specific focus on nature, and the priorities within that are to enhance global action on restoring, preserving ecosystems, including forests, and to also secure accelerated action on a transition to more sustainable land use, more sustainable agricultural practices around the world. So again, a perfect fit for what we're trying to achieve, first here in Milan at the pre-COP and later in Glasgow. So thank you for your time on that. All the evidence that we now have, of course, tells us that the health of our people, our ecosystems, our economies, and our planet are inextricably and unavoidably linked. And it's important, I think, to recognize that the beauty really of preserving of restoring our ecosystems and our Alpine mountains is not only, of course, addressing climate change, but also some of the other global challenges ahead of us, including poverty, pollution, even pandemics. So this is an area that has many benefits if we get it right. We've designed the COP26 conference in Glasgow to showcase all the good work that's already underway. That means amplifying the voices of those that are sometimes drowned out, bringing together all of the work that's going on around the world, including discussions like this, to secure game-changing new commitments at the international level. So if we take a step backwards to look at the macro issues, approximately a quarter of global greenhouse gas emissions come from land use and from the world's, they're associated with the world's forest and how we use those. And the world's forests store around 400 gigatons of carbon. So I know I'm preaching to the converted, but if we were only able to address a part of this through the protection of this essential global carbon store, we would obviously make a big contribution to addressing dangerous tipping points in the world's climate system. Restoring our ecosystems, managing land use properly, has the potential to capture 10 gigatons of carbon per year. So really important for helping us to stay within those safe temperature limits. And nature and land use is also central to the goal of supporting those more vulnerable communities in the world who are most hit by the impacts of the climate change that we will see if we do not take action. So we know, you know only too well just how exactly rising temperatures will reduce the productivity of agricultural lands, the resilience of forests around the world. So the Prime Minister in New York last week talked passionately about the duty of the developed world to support those more vulnerable communities that are hit by climate change. This is addressing exactly that. You might be aware that the UK government has commissioned an independent global review on the economics of biodiversity led by Professor Sapata Dasgupta, and this concluded that we need a fundamental change in the way that we look at economics in order to reverse biodiversity loss around the world. And specifically, that review states that at least 40% of the global economy is significantly dependent on biodiversity. So as our Prime Minister Johnson said, the economic prosperity of the world and the environmental prosperity of the world are really two sides of the same coin. So this isn't just the right thing to do, it's also what we need to do to secure our future prosperity. So what are we actually doing in the UK at the moment? Obviously, at home, we don't have alpine forests, though we have some wonderful forests where John and I are from in the north of Scotland. But our domestic initiatives include the Trees Action Plan, which sets out the government's long-term vision for trees, for woodlands, for forests, and for replanting at home. And returning to Glasgow to COP26, our work on nature is absolutely central to the presidency this year of that important conference. More broadly, in the UK, we're committed to working with partners to reform the trade in global agricultural commodities so that it rewards sustainable products, those that are deforestation free. And we're also going to be building a partnership of countries who are committed to agricultural policy reform to protect and improve livelihoods of farmers around the world and help those communities adapt to the unfortunately inevitable climate impacts that they will see on some level. We will champion changes in economic decision-making, mobilize also new public and bringing in private finance to help build this fair, net zero, resilient economy. And so within this huge global jigsaw of interlocking climate issues, the alpine forests are a key piece, and the collaboration of experts like yourselves is absolutely essential to securing their future. So thank you again for your valuable contributions today, and I, for one, am certainly looking forward to hearing your conclusions. I hope this is going to be the first of many events together to make sure that we listen to your expertise and get this right. Grazie mille.
I'm Giorgio Vacchiano from University of Milan. I'll be the moderator of the first session in the morning that has to do with growing resilient and climate-smart alpine forests. So without further ado, let me introduce Marco Onida, the team leader forests from DG Environment at the European Commission's, talking remotely, I believe, from Brussels. Marco, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. I hope you see my screen.
We do.
Okay. So thank you very much. This is actually an honor and great opportunity for me to say a few words about the new EU forest strategy, and in particular with the relevance for alpine forests. I've been dealing a lot with alpine forests in one of my previous lives, so it's also very good to see among the panelists some of old friends that I haven't seen for a long time. So when I have 8 minutes, I will go very fast in introducing the new EU forest strategy. What is this EU forest strategy for 2030? This is actually the policy document that sets the scene for the action of the EU on forest. People might think that forest is not an EU competence. It is actually. Forest is a shared competence between the EU and the member states, because forest touches at the heart of several policies which are fully in the prerogatives of the EU, like environment and climate, for instance. This forest strategy is the result of a complex and joint work, in particular by three co-leading departments within the European Commission: DG Environment, DG Climate Action, and DG Agriculture, with, of course, the contribution of many other services. It is not the first strategy we have. We have strategies on forest and forestry in the EU since late 70s, but it's actually the first one which is in the context of a complete new approach, which is the approach of the Green Deal. Now, let me see if I can make this in full screen. And yep. So this is actually a flagship initiative of the European Green Deal. You know, the European Green Deal is actually the first priority of the European Commission, led by President von der Leyen. It calls for a higher biodiversity and climate ambition in line with the expectation of people. We have put forests in the last years really at their heart. We see an enormous change compared to the past, and the importance of political importance of forests. We are flooded with requests and letters by people to protect forests, plant trees, and so on. So the new forest strategy builds on this new ambition of the Green Deal and its deliverables, among others, the new biodiversity strategy that was adopted in May 2020 for biodiversity in general, and already setting out some policy objectives on forests, and then the forest strategy builds further on that. Now, very briefly, if I manage to go ahead with the slides, it doesn't seem, here we go. Okay, what is at the core of the EU forest strategy? Actually, the key word here is multifunctionality. The multifunctional role of forests, economic, social, and environmental function of forests, contribution of forests to the value-based chain for achieving a sustainable, climate-neutral, and biodiversity rich economy by 2050. Then ensuring that the forest ecosystems are restored, resilient, and adequately protected. We have a situation of European forests which is not particularly satisfactory, with about 3/4 of EU forests not in a good status of conservation, particularly for those which are falling under the Natura 2000 legislation. And then inadequate forest monitoring and strategic planning for the future. I'll say a couple of words on each of these pillars without going too much into the details for reasons of time, but of course I will then share for those who want the slides later. So the socioeconomic pillar contains four main objectives: the promotion of the sustainable forest bioeconomy, in particular with the promotion of long-lived wood products, because compared to the short-lived products are those, of course, where carbon can remain the longest possible in the products not being released in the atmosphere. The contrary that what happens when, of course, we burn wood for bioenergy, which is an important source of renewable energy, but it's also this, at the core of a quite big controversy today, or whether it's really renewable, and in particular whether it's really sustainable. The European Union is of the opinion that it is, but of course it's committed to work further on improving the sustainability criteria enshrined into legislation on the use of bioenergy. Then very important, wood, but not just wood, also the promotion of revenue from the so-called non-wood forest-based bioeconomy, including ecotourism, which is crucial, in particular for the Alpine forest, and not only. Then a whole set of measures on improving the skills, education, and everything which is related to learning how to deal with forests and forest resilience in the future. In the slides, you will see all the details, which I can have no time to go through now, but this is basically the detail of what I just said. Now, the environmental pillar requests to protect the last remaining primary and old growth forests, only about 3% of EU forests today. So strict protection of these forests is requested by the biodiversity strategy, ensuring that forests are managed in a possibly in a way which is closer to nature. So promoting forestry practices which are more prone to biodiversity, climate, and mimicking nature. Enlarging European forests, in particular with reforestation of biodiverse forests, and the pledge to plant 3 billion additional trees by 2030, with the principle of planting the right tree in the right place at the right moment. And then a whole set of measures to financial incentives, concerning financial incentives, how to better use EU funding, develop a payment for ecosystem service schemes, and so on. Again, here you will see a number of deliverables. In particular, we will work on further improving the indicators for sustainable forest management. We will work on closer to nature forest practices and voluntary certification of these practices. No time to go into detail now, but you will see all this. And then on the financial incentives, as I said, better uptake of the funds, use of payment for ecosystem services, in particular within the Common Agricultural Policy, but also other European funds. We're going to launch a LIFE project on payment for ecosystem services, and so on and so forth. Very important is monitoring of forests, because today one of the conclusions of the forest strategy is that we have a lot of data, but these data are not necessarily consistent among member states. They are a bit patchy. Also, there is a need to better integrate data collected on the ground with remote sensing data and so on. So the European Union has decided to launch an initiative, a legislative initiative in 2023 to, prior to an impact assessment, to improve the monitoring of forests by having a regulation or a directive, we will see, on forest monitoring, data collection and reporting system, which will also touch about the so-called strategic planning of forests. And then there are a few enabling aspects like research, governance, dialogue between the words that are relevant for forests, and so on and so forth, and then stepping up the implementation and enforcement of EU acquis, because we still have also a problem of illegal logging in the EU, in particular in the eastern countries. These are also alpine forests in the Carpathian, particularly in Romania and in Slovakia. We had a few issues with EU infringements, which are ongoing. Now, just to conclude, it's very interesting to compare this EU forest strategy with the mountain forest protocol of the Alpine Convention. So I say this because we're talking about climate smart, and we should also say biodiversity smart alpine forests. In 1996, the 8 countries of the Alpine Convention adopted a legally binding agreement, a protocol, which is ratified by these states. And it's a protocol of mountain forests of the Alpine Convention, which is very interesting because it's 1996, but it contains many of the aspects that you find in the new strategy for the European Union. So it's interesting to see that we were in the Alps. People were kind of anticipating this multifunctional approach: protection, biodiversity, climate, and so on. So with this,
Marco, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. In the interest of time, we really need you to wrap up. So maybe if you can give some final message. Thank you.
That was my final message. I come to the end. I was about just to wish you a good continuation of the work, and thank you for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco Onida, Team Leader Forests from DG ENVI. So after this very good introduction, I think we need some scene setting. So let me introduce 2 distinguished speakers. First of all, Professor Matthias Rotak from University of Innsbruck, who will speak about climate change in mountainous areas. Matthias, the floor is yours, and you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giorgio, for the introduction. And so I see how I do this with the advancing the slides. So yes, sort of going back a little bit from the forests to the background, why it is all the question and what we do. I'd like to speak a little bit about climate, about the atmosphere in mountainous areas. As I've been introduced, I'm a professor for dynamic meteorology, so for atmospheric processes at the University of Innsbruck. You can see in the background of this figure, of this picture, that we are in the middle of the mountains, and of course we are interested in what the mountains do to the atmosphere. I was asked to setting the scene here, and I'm trying to do that. I see that the title towards climate smart alpine forests is well, got a little small, but anyway, so you can, I mean, you all know that in here. If it comes to climate change, it is clear, and I've just learned, I'm preaching to the convinced in your introduction. I mean, everybody knows it's a reality. In 2021, this was a year of many different aspects with respect to climate change. The new IPCC report was released, and on the road towards COP26, every crossing, so to say, has a new event there to remind us that it's really important and that we need to do something. Nevertheless, maybe as a climate scientist, I should say that from my point of view, Paris is hardly reachable in the sense, yes, in the IPCC report it says technically it's going to be reachable, but we would have to do enormous changes to basically all what we need to do, what we want to do. And of course, we are all invited, we are urged actually to do whatever we can to reduce those carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions. But nevertheless, aside, we also do have to think of adaptation strategies and what to do. And forests, of course, we have heard it also in the two introductions here. They are an essential pathway or means to actually do that. Now, you all know that mountain areas are quite sensitive to climate change. We have realized already about the double of what the rest of the world has experienced. It's composed of fragile ecosystems. Forests are among them, and forests, of course, are one of the most important of those services to society that the mountains can offer. And there is a list of some others there too. Mountains do not only have a strong sensitivity to climate or to weather and climate. In that sense, they're also producing their own climate. So you all know that mountains are producing precipitation, for instance, what we then call orographic precipitation. They produce storms. We have heard about this storm just recently, and mountain windstorms or other atmospheric phenomena. When it comes to make a prediction, and that's what the forest community, but not only the forest community design, the society in general expects from us, from the atmospheric science community, when it comes to make predictions, scenarios, how is the climate that we expect going to be. First of all, we need to measure. Now, in the mountains, it's a little more difficult to put up a weather station or a climate station, a monitoring station. Nevertheless, we need it to validate our models. And what it means is that all what we say is based on more sparse observations than we would wish, to say the least. Now, there is one more issue, and this is if we want to say something about the future, we need models. We cannot measure the future now, so we need to do that through big computers. So we are using among the biggest computers in the world to do those simulations for climate scenarios and future states of the atmosphere. And they have, and I have to make a very, very short crash course, so to say, on climate modeling. They have an issue, of course, in the mountains too. You know, maybe, or hopefully, that when modeling the atmosphere, this is no statistical models as other sectors do. So this is physical modeling. So we are covering the whole atmosphere with grid boxes, and in each grid box we solve some physical processes, mathematically expressed somehow, and it's based on first principles like conservation of energy or mass or so. So it's this is a huge job on the computer, and that's an issue which basically says something about what resolution, how big those grid boxes can be, what resolution is. And for regional climate predictions and scenarios, we are at the moment at about 10 kilometers. That's pretty much, if you have ever hiked in the mountains, in the forest or out of the forest. So you know that when you're in the forest and it takes 10 kilometers to be out of the forest, that's all the same grid box. And you know that the climate is maybe not exactly the same in and out of the forest. So that's an issue what we have to sort of take into account. I'm not going to give you a wrap-up on climate predictions or so, just to say, due to this computing problems, despite using the biggest computers, we do have to do some what is called pseudo global warming. That's pretty much accepted in the community, and this then produces plots like this. What you see here is annual precipitation. That's not possible to use a pointer here. The lower row is what the community uses, 12 kilometer, 2 kilometer. In the upper row is what we think is appropriate for climate in the mountains. I think in the interest of time, I'm not going into the details here. We would see that the south is going to be drier and the north is going to be wetter and all that. The only point I want to make here is that you see these three panels, and it's kind of difficult to read because somehow my correction to the plots are buried. In the left-hand plot, you see the Alps. In the middle, you see the British Isles. I thought, as a guest of the British Embassy, I would use that. And to the right, it would be the Mediterranean, because we are in the Mediterranean. And you always see two red lines. One is a dashed line, one is a full line. And the point I want to make is that this dashed line and the red and the full line, they are farthest apart. They are apart by a factor of 2 or so on the left-hand panel, which is the panel for the Alps. So the high resolution is shown here on this figure to be most relevant, most important, and game changer, so to say, if we are dealing with the Alps. Now, if it comes to the forest, of course, the question is it only temperature and precipitation, what we usually provide, or is it maybe other, and we have heard already that there are other players in the game, like the pests and so on, so they might have different climatic response factors. It's not so very clear whether we really know them, whether we have the data. I mean the atmospheric science community, the forest community has probably the data there too. This is just to say that this is a little commercial for a international research program which is called Team X, and I happen to be the chairman of this, and it's probably the reason why I'm here. So this is embedded in sort of all sorts of international bodies like the World Meteorological Organization and Met and Hydrological Services and universities and all that. Basically, and that's less than a nutshell, so to say, we want to better understand these processes in the mountains, we want to better model them, and we want to get more data and better data, of course. And all this is with the goal to provide better information to communities like the forest community in order to handle the topic of smart alpine forests. So there is 2 points that I wanted to make. I'm already there, so that's my last slide. I've tried to make up some time here. So when it comes to planning for climate-smart alpine forests, so I think that it is relevant to notice from a climate perspective or from an atmospheric perspective that it requires climate information at its most difficult. So where it is most difficult to get this information, that's what the alpine forests need to be informed upon. So that's the first part, and the second one, it possibly, that's what I want to learn also today, it's possibly requiring information on variables that we are not even thinking of in the atmospheric community. I have been involved in a program or in a project actually to deal with apple pests. which is very different. But anyway, so these colleagues, the biologists who did those investigations, they came with they wanted to have the lower part of the leaves temperature, not just the air temperature, but and so we were like trying to figure out what actually, how we could estimate that from the modeled information we have. So that's the first point. So it's most difficult to get the required information in the Alps, and what I think is really essential is that international collaboration is really at the center of this part, and that's not only for the forests. That's only for the forests when we are here today. I think another event was for the smart cities, and it's exactly the same. So it is very important to collaborate in a broader sense, and that's I have briefly introduced this TMEX program, but there is of course a large number of international programs and bodies that do this. Okay, so I hope that the scene is set, and I've saved some, maybe 1 or 2 minutes. Thanks a lot for your attention, and I hope to learn more on the forest side in what comes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Matthias, for the insightful presentation, and also for saving some time so we can have a more relaxed ongoing of our works. Let me remind to all the people that are following this seminar remotely that they can ask questions using the chat window, I believe, in the online interface. We will have a question and answer session at the end of the first part of the morning, so we will pick up the most interesting questions and ask our panelists for answers. The scene is set, but so now our question is, should we worry about mountain forest in a rapidly changing world? And that's exactly the title of the presentation by our next speaker, Professor Harald Bugman from ETH Zurich. And Harald, if you're connected, the floor is yours, and you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me and can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for the kind introduction, Giorgio, and thank you to the organizers for the invitation. I'm running the risk of repeating some things, but I try to point out new aspects of things that have been mentioned already by Matthias and also in the introductory speeches. I would like to remind ourselves very briefly of the very high importance of mountains and mountain forests in the context of ecosystem services. In terms of carbon storage and as a resource base, mountain forests are quite important, and as a resource base, you see the mushrooms there at the bottom, or game, or medicinal plants, or herbs. They're very important in a developing country context still today, and this is something that we tend to forget from a European perspective. From a conservation biodiversity point of view, we tend to ignore, or we tend to neglect that forests are very important for some very specific groups, not only for the animals and the lichens and ferns as shown on these two pictures, but particularly also for insects and for fungi. The key word there is deadwood, and deadwood as a habitat for many, many species, many of which are not even known at this point. Then Matthias has already mentioned the water cycle and the importance of mountains for changing the water cycle, for harvesting the precipitation from the atmosphere. I would like to point out that mountain forests, because of their much deeper rooting zone than grassland systems and herbaceous systems, they have a very strong role in moderating the flow of water from the mountains downstream, and in that context also, for example, the mitigation of flooding. And there we are with natural hazards, of course. Now I'm really preaching to the converted already. Mountain forests are very important to keep the soil in place, to avoid that everything is going down the drain, literally speaking. And if we don't have forests, then we need to put up artificial protection measures, as you can see them here, for keeping the snow in place and avoiding avalanches. And lastly, the whole recreation and tourism aspects are very important as well, and forests can provide multiple incentives there to keep the population of the mountain areas themselves, and also those who are coming from remote, to keep them happy and to give them a good spirit and a good attitude towards life. Let me just remind you that about a quarter of the whole terrestrial area of this globe is mountainous, and mountain forests cover more than a quarter, cover 28% of the world forest area. So the mountain area has a particular responsibility for the forests in their territory. Now, let's look a little bit at the past. We have reconstructed forest dynamics quite some time ago for one particular valley in Switzerland over time. And we started with what we call a zero management scenario, which actually is not quite realistic, but then we adopted the historical harvesting regime based on old records. And what you see is a strong decrease of biomass over a couple of centuries until the forest protection law entered into force at around 1900. And then we have the current harvesting regime, which was entering into force after the forest law. And you see a strong recovery of biomass until about today. Now, on the one hand, we see this strong decrease of biomass of carbon storage, and then the recovery. We're now at around 2010, and we are now exploiting the fact that we have an increase, a recovery of the biomass from the historical overexploitation as a contribution towards our national carbon balances. This is happening in many countries. However, let me emphasize that in the longer run, this overshoot will be gone, and we will be more or less back to the carbon storage above ground where we are now. The other point I want to make here is that if you just change the time scale, you can easily see where we are in a developing country context. So the forest transition has happened in developed countries like Switzerland, but we're about to reach it sooner or later in a developing country context. So if we use mountain forests and their recovery now to help us achieve emission reduction targets, this is just exploring or exploiting the crimes of the past, so to speak. And we could have an ethical discussion about whether this is legitimate or whether we should try to avoid the emissions at the source and not via biotic measures. Matthias has already mentioned it. This is the temperature curve of Switzerland, the aerial average. Since the beginning of the measurements in 1864, we have an increase of about 1.5 to 2 degrees. So this is twice the global average. So it's clearly established and meanwhile also physically understood why mountain regions are particularly sensitive to human-induced climate change, and that we are suffering from about twice the increase of the temperature. Precipitation predictions are much more difficult. Matthias has explained that, so I'm not going to go into any of the details there. Now, in the past, humans have had a huge impact on mountain forests, and what we are seeing now are changes to mountain forests in the current era. And I'm going to point out 3 examples. One is changes at the leading edge, changes at the trailing edge, where the forest is giving way to grasslands at the lower edge of the mountains. And then we also are witnessing increasingly changes within the forested area of mountains. Changes at the upper forest edge. There's a meta-analysis from the year 2009 that examined changes to upper tree line. The black dots are points or tree lines where there was an upward movement. The gray dots are points where there was no upward movement. There was no downward movement globally of any tree line that was studied in this context. And we see that, for example, in the European mountains in Switzerland, that we have an upward movement of the tree line. This is an example from the Surselva region in Switzerland, where we had a wave of establishment after about 1960, 1965, until 1985, until all spots that are available for regeneration had been occupied, and now the forest is growing further upslope. Very slowly, so we have huge lag effects. It will take a long time for this response to actually unfold fully, but we are seeing the first signs. 20 years ago, we have here an autumn picture from the Jemez Mountains in New Mexico. It looks as if the trees are losing their foliage, as they do in every year, but unfortunately this is an evergreen system. So this is the pinon pine that started to die in October 2002, and in May 2004, that same system looked like this. So basically all the pinon pines in that landscape were wiped out, over 10,000 square kilometers of forest. So this is a massive dieback event, the first that was documented in recent time. There were earlier ones, but this is the first one that was documented after, well, the onset of anthropogenic global change. And now within the forested area, to our big surprise, in summer of 2018 in the Swiss Alps, we saw pictures like that, where all of a sudden the beaches turned brown in the middle of summer. This was in August 2018. And shortly thereafter, we started to have massive impacts of bark beetles, particularly, of course, on spruces of the Ips typographus. In the Czech Republic, 25 million cubic meters of trees were killed. Then we have the same thing in Lower Austria. We had the same thing also in southern Germany. So now the climate change has triggered trees to become more susceptible to biotic agents, and the biotic agents have started to do that with massive consequences. What will happen in the future, or what could happen in the future? I'm showing you a few examples here from a study that we did for representative stand types of the current forests in Switzerland that we used as a starting point. So this is the 0 point here. And we calculated the fate of these forests into the future until the year 2200. And what we're looking at here is the change in basal area compared to the current situation. And basal area, you can think of that as tree volume or biomass as well. And we did that for many, many different elevational zones in Switzerland, from low elevation to the uppermost forests at upper tree line. For soils with a high soil water holding capacity, so rich soils versus poor soils. And we looked at 3 different climate scenarios. They're labeled here in a strange way. The blue one is basically an RCP 2.6. Then the green one is an RCP 4.5, and the orange one is an RCP 8.5. And then we also looked at the uncertainty within the models anyway. And what you see is that for some systems on rich soil, where the trees are adapted to dry and hot conditions already, not very much is happening. You see that at the highest elevations, you tend to have a positive response on rich soils. And then in between, there's sometimes very massive negative responses, particularly under the strong climatic change. And on poor soils, you even at the highest elevations get a strong, well, get a bounce back to the current conditions, or get the negative signal of drought. And in the subalpine zone here, it's become much more negative on poor soils. This is the setting when you do continue the current management and you do not do any planting of tree species. Then the impact depends very strongly on the scenario, on the elevation, and on the soil. And we get increasingly negative impacts at low elevations. And most of the negative changes unfold until the year 2100. You're always there with the lowest point. So it doesn't take centuries, but it takes many decades until we get the negative responses. Now, if we take into account that we may plant species, we may do assisted migration, and species may also migrate themselves, you see in a nutshell that the response is either more positive in the highest elevations or less negative in the lower elevations compared to the non-migration, non-planting situation. So basically, management matters as well. So climate change is very important. The species choice is very important. The elevation matters, the contextual setting of the forests, and we can do a lot by managing these forests in a forward-looking manner. So we can compensate to a certain extent by the management for the negative impacts of climate change. And this brings me to the question, well, very nice, we have these predictions, if you want to call them predictions, will this actually happen? And we've seen in the past, like in the Western US, that something happened that we did not take into account before. Everybody was quite surprised that this massive mortality wave happened. We have Winthrop events, which before 1990 were not on the radar of people in Central Europe, for example. We have wildfires. The Mediterranean fires of this summer have been mentioned. If you look at California, it's becoming more and more dramatic. So these are things that will trigger very fast changes that are not the same as the ones that I've shown on the previous slide, which are the chronic responses to chronic climatic change. And then we have other things like the insects that I've shown already, or new species coming in, invasives like the tree of heaven, or invasive insects like the Asian longhorn beetle, which can have the potential to wipe out species or to change biodiversity quite strongly. So, to sum up, I hope to have shown you that mountain forests are highly relevant from global to local scales. They're also highly sensitive to environmental change because of the disproportionately high rates of warming at high elevations. The land use legacies, which often, this regrowth since the 19th century often leads to highly artificial stand structures today, which are prone to biotic agents, which are also prone to abiotic agents like windstorms. And climate change will induce and is about to induce the strongest equilibrium between forest state and its driving force, that is the climate. Mountain forests start to be on the move. It's not that we have to wait longer to see the response to global change. It happens at upper tree line, it happens at lower tree line, and we even see changes within the forest area in the mountains. We have a strong and a highly variable further response of mountain forests to climate change, but we cannot make sweeping statements about this is what will happen to mountain forests. It really depends on the location in environmental space, and it will also depend on the extent of climate change and on management. Then there are non-linearities, extreme events that will lead to tipping points, which will strongly shape the future, and we must take those into account in the science and also in the practical management. So yes, we should worry. And with that, I'd like to finish and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Harald. That was sharp on time, so thank you again. And I will use one of your punchlines in this presentation. Management matters. And that leads us nicely to our next two speakers, both from Land Tirol, Austria. So let me introduce you first to Dr. Kurt Siegner, that will talk about silviculture for resilience in mountain environment. Kurt, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Giorgio, and thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the invitation and the possibility to speak here at the pre-COP meeting in Milano. I'm proud to be here, and as a representative of the Land Tirol, I'm a practitioner from the regional Tirolian Forest Department, and let me first show a short overview about the frame conditions and the challenges we are facing. As Matthias and also Harald mentioned, the climate in the Alps in Tyrol and Austria reacts more sensitive than in the Northern Hemisphere. The temperature increases in the Alpine region nearly twice as fast as in the global comparison. Worst case scenarios estimate changes up to 4 degrees and even up to 6 degrees higher than 2100. So this means that the growing seasons maybe even become drier than today, and this has some conclusions to the mountain forests and in Tyrol. The Tirolian mountain forests have special requirements that need to be met. Only 12% of Tyrol is permanently inhabitable, and these settlements areas are endangered by natural hazards like avalanches, debris flow, or landslides. Tyrol is also a very dense populated region with much tourism and a growing population. The graph shows how the population has tripled over the last 130 years. More than 50 million annual overnight stays were counted before the COVID crisis and shows the enormous economic importance to tourism in Tyrol. There is a clear need for safety and protection in the Tirolian valleys. Here you see the forest function plan of Austria. The marked area is Tyrol, and you see the dominating red color. These are protective forests, which protect buildings, roads, and people from natural hazards. Protective forests and natural hazard prevention have the highest priority in Tirolian forest management, the highest priority. The Tirolian forests have been managed sustainably for the last 200 years. Forest owners have been following the very strict forest laws and guidelines of the Tirolian Forest Department. Multifunctional forest management has ensured sustainable outcomes for all of the functions. The Tirolian Forest Department has screened forests about their sensitivity to climate change. You see on the map a lot of forests in red and yellow color, which are climate sensitive, especially to drought stress and diseases. About 45,000 hectares should be treated in the next 20 years to keep them in good shape. Here you can see the estimated impact of climate change on Tirolian mountain forests with rising temperatures of up to 4 degrees. In recent years, experts have been detecting increased damage to spruce and pine, as Harald said already, as well as to ash and elm. Most notably, the widespread spruce is coming under more pressure from drought stress and bark beetle attacks in areas below 1,000 meters above sea level. Pests are estimated to increase with higher temperatures, especially during spring and summer, favoring their expansion. In order to withstand pest attacks, our forests must contain many different tree species. Now let me highlight a special project called Tirolian Climate Smart Mountain Forests, which started 2 years ago. The main goals are summarized in this slide in particular. Long-term stabilization of all functions, educational measures, or cooperation projects. About 30,000 forest owners in Tyrol will be supported by the Forest Department. To provide them in forest management measures, we offer a catalogue of funding measures from afforestations to maintenance and harvesting in old-grown forests. One of the most important tools for the forest practitioners is the forest site map. This GIS forest site map was developed in cooperation with Bavaria, the province of Trentino Alto Adige, and science partners in the Alps. The forest site map of Tyrol combines soil data, climate data, and vegetation data in a GIS model. It provides information about the percentage of the different tree species on a specific site stand. The map helps to define the best mix of species in order to reduce the risk of physical damage and drought stress. Diversity is very important to keep young forests in good condition and respond to climate change effects. We are also continuously developing forest site classification to adapt the content of our maps on the new climate parameters. We have started continuous training programs for the public and private forestry sector. We are sharing know-how and best practice to deal with climate change, for example, managing mixed forests or seedling quality. Finally, we are forming partnerships to tackle together with other Alpine regions and countries the challenges arising from climate change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ziegner, and a lot of pictures from your presentation representing baby trees or seedlings or small trees. And I think, as Harald also said, that regeneration and the future forest is really an important target for forest resilience. And that's the subject of our next speech by Dr. Christian Arnewanter from Land Tirol, again, that will talk about forest reproductive material. So Christian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, George. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as a forest producer of planet and forester, I would like to focus on the control of the forest reproductive material, the seed harvest, and the processing of seeds. In Austria, the production of import, export, and sales of tree seeds and forest plants is regulated by law, the Directive of European Community and the Forest Reproductive Material Act. In Austria, there are areas with different natural growth conditions. This fact was taken into account by the designation of forest areas. Austria has only one map of provenance for all tree species. Each region of provenance is divided according to altitude levels. In Austria, all regulated tree species are certified. Seeds may only be collected from recognized seed stocks. The seed harvest must be reported to the forest authority who is present during the seed harvest. Depending on the tree species, different harvesting techniques are used during harvesting. As you see in the photo, harvesting fallen fruits from oak and beech. Cones from spruce and larch trees are often harvested from the felled trees. Harvesting from standing trees using telescopic platforms or cranes, as you see in this photo. Here, harvesting on standing trees by climbing technique on fir trees or Swiss pine, but also on large trees. To ensure high genetic diversity, a certain number of trees must be harvested. At least more than 20 trees must be harvested from the main tree species. The law requires the submission of single tree samples. A certain number of cones harvested must be collected as reference sample to control the origin. These reference samples are stored and recorded in a database at the federal government Bundesforschungszentrum für Wald, BFW. At the end of each harvest, a master certificate is issued for securing identity and is sent to the BFW together with the single tree samples. In this way, every young plant sold from the nursery is provided with the master certificate number and can be traced to its origin. Companies operating with productive material must be registered. Seed kilns, seed merchants, and nurseries are controlled by the BFW and the federal states. The harvested cones with their master certificate arrive at the nurseries for further processing. They are poured into boxes to be dried slowly. The seeds are knocked out of the cone in a drum. The seeds are deflated, and after cleaning and sifting, the poor seed can be obtained. The seeds are stored in the cold room. After sowing and after 2 to 5 years of intensive care, high quality, site adapted and climate friendly forest plants are now ready for afforestation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christian, to make us learn about the procedures in Land Tirol to ensure the resilience of the forest and the good conservation and regulation of forest reproductive material. Another issue that is often neglected to ensure resilience of mountain forest ecosystems are soils. So our next 3 speakers will help us understand the challenges that have to do with mountain forest soils, their management, and their importance for ecosystem services, which is the subject of our first presentation in this block by Professor Colin Campbell from James Hutton Institute, UK. And Colin, if you can hear us, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and good morning from the UK. Can I just check you can see the slides okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so it's a pleasure to speak to you today, and my talk is around mountain soils and importance for ecosystem services. I have a subtitle for that called Mountain Heights, Hidden Depths, which I'll try to explain. I am speaking to you from the Cairngorms National Park in Scotland, a very different mountain environment from the Alps. But we have many montane soils in these regions above the tree line, which we continue to study to this day. Now, this session is about soils, and if there's one message for those of you who are not soil scientists to take away from this talk, is that soils are incredibly important to us. They sustain life on our planet. You, me, and everything we eat, drink, breathe, make, and use can be traced back to the soil. And indeed, it is one of the wonders of our natural world. A more formal way of recognising the many ways in which soil can help us is through a structured approach to understanding the ecosystem services that we get from soils. And we're most familiar with the provisioning services that we get from soils in the form of agricultural output and from forestry. And what's very significant here is that we can put monetary value on these services. And these have perhaps been in the forefront of our focus and attention in what we get from soils. But indeed, there are many other ecosystem services that we get from soils that can be called regulating, supporting, and cultural. And it's much more difficult to put pound signs on these. But as the Dasgupta review referred to by our colleagues earlier pointed out, we need to put a value on these services too if we're to have the right balance in how we manage our soils. And there can be incredible value here. Regulating means that we can store water, and we can filter and transform and degrade thousands of polluting, potentially toxic elements. And of course, increasingly important is that the soils in relation to storing carbon. Huge amounts of carbon can be stored in soils, which can help to mitigate climate change. But actually, much more important is that storing carbon in soils feeds the life of the soil and makes the soil more resilient. Just for one example, the 3,000 megatons of carbon that are in Scottish soils is the equivalent of 186 years of greenhouse gas emissions annually. And that means that it's really important that we keep that soil organic matter present in the soil. But obviously, they also support habitats and biodiversity. And the nature crisis that we've been facing has brought home to us that we need to take this much more seriously. And last but not least, it is an important service in terms of cultural history and the climatic and geological processes that have happened over time. Now, mountain soils globally are a hugely important resource, and they're often defined as the soils, the montane soils, are the soils above the tree line. But that's different from the soils which are in the mountain regions. And this session is concerned with the soils that are in mountain regions. But it's really important to understand what is different about alpine soils. And there are many soil forming factors which mean that we have very different types of soils in the Alps. The climate, as people have spoken about already, can be extreme seasonal shifts and variation with freeze-thaw processes. And meaning the geology, meaning we have relatively loose and porous fabric, which is very freely draining. Clearly, we have steep slopes and exposed flat high plains. And we have particular types of vegetation in our alpine regions, which all influence the soil properties that we have to deal with. And clearly, management then has an influencing factor on that. But it also takes many time for soils to form. In fact, many hundreds of years, if not thousands of years in some cases. And the messages here really are about there's not one soil, but many soils. And it's really important to understand the diversity of soils that are in our mountain catchments. And the other message to take from this, that soils take a long time to form, but actually a very short time to degrade. So I won't go through them. But the main message here again is that all of these pressures actually interact with each other, and indeed they are all increasing. And if you look at the soil loss by water in the European Union, the Alps are in the regions where there are high risks of water erosion. And a recent study by Panagos has actually shown that these erosion losses are going to increase in the future by 13 to 22% by the year 2050. So again, further reasons to be really worried about losing our soils and losing ecosystem services that they provide. Now, if I was to pick one property to talk about in soils, it would be the soil organic matter. It's hugely important in terms of the function of soil. And I want to highlight two aspects of this which are relevant to the discussion today. One is that the more organic matter we have in the soils, the more water we can hold. And that means that we have much greater resilience to droughts and provide services in terms of flooding. The other property that I want to identify is that the organic matter feeds the life in the soil. And it's the life in the soil which also imparts resilience to the trees and the vegetation that grow in our soils. So in short, organic matter feeds the life in soil and imparts resilience to many of these droughts and pressures. And you'll hear more about this from Frank in the next talk. But there's a growing understanding of the importance of soil biodiversity. A recent study that we did on 23 montane sites has quantified the various microbial taxa using molecular methods. Now, we've been using these methods now for 20 years, but it's quite clear that montane habitats are really underexplored. What we're finding is many, many new species that are new to science, and that the mountain heights genuinely have hidden depths, and that the soil biota are a huge component of alpine biodiversity. What we see is that the heterogeneity above ground is reflected in the below ground biodiversity at both taxonomic and functional levels. And you can see from the graph that the fungal richness varies with that variation in vegetation. Quite surprising to us was that snowbeds are actually a key habitat for soil biodiversity conservation. But of course, these are also disappearing fast with climate change. So I just need to get rid of something. But why is this biodiversity important for forestry? And what I'm showing in this slide is in the top left-hand corner is a tree root. And you can see the tree root is colonized by fungi, which form mycorrhiza. And on the surface of these are other different types of bacteria and amoebae, a whole ecosystem of life in these root systems. And what we're now starting to understand how important these are for the functioning of forests and woodlands. These are interconnected, signaling to the plant, the health of the plant, gathering nutrients, making them more resilient in times of drought. And this is an area of huge research where we're now starting to understand that this biology is fundamentally important to how we actually manage our woodlands in the future. So to conclude then, what does this all mean for climate smart, sustainable forestry? Well, mountain soil characteristics and diversity need explicit consideration and quantitative mapping of the properties, risks and opportunities. Soil biodiversity and the organic carbon content will determine the resilience to climate breakdown and can help mitigate further change if due consideration is given to how soil retains and processes carbon and promotes soil biodiversity, resilience and health. And we predict that sustainable forestry will need to depend less on intrusive management with lower inputs and more on nature-based solutions, including how to make the most of the natural symbionts that are associated with trees and the soil biota. And these offer new opportunities to make our forests more sustainable in the future. And I'll just finish with some acknowledgements and hand over to Frank.
Thank you very much, Colin. Let's give Colin a round of applause. So if I got it correctly, that one of the main messages of Colin Campbell was that we should take mountain soils into more consideration. One way to do that first is to understand how vulnerable they are to climate change and disturbances. And that's the subject of our next speech by Dr. Frank Hagedorn at the Swiss Federal Institute for Forest, Snow and Landscape in Birmensdorf. Frank, if you're with us, the floor is yours.
Okay, I hope you can all see the screen.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Dear colleagues, thanks a lot for giving me also the opportunity to view at the mountain ecosystems, to have a view on the dark side of these ecosystems on the below ground. And I hope to show you that the below ground is actually of key importance for the sustainability of forests and forest management. So in my talk, I want to talk about carbon storage and their vulnerability to climate change and disturbances. And to start with, I want to show you the quantitative importance of carbon storage in soils. This figure here shows the carbon pools, the carbon reservoirs in terrestrial ecosystems in Switzerland. We can clearly see that soils store about 7 or 8 times as much carbon as the atmosphere above Switzerland. This implies actually that a small change in this carbon reservoir would have a large implication on the CO2 balance of the atmosphere. You can also see that forest soils store slightly more carbon in the soils than in forest biomass. Across Switzerland, the terrestrial carbon pools show a distinct pattern with elevation. We can see that carbon stored in biomass is slightly decreasing with elevation, with a cooling climate, but in contrast, we can also see that the carbon stocks in the soils are slightly show the opposite pattern and increase with elevation. A particularly feature of mountain soils is that the carbon storage in the organic layer is increasing with elevation. You may know the organic layer also as a forest floor, and this high carbon storage in the forest floor makes mountain soils so vulnerable. I want to explain this in a few words because you are not familiar with soils, I guess. So this is a typical photograph of a mountain soils, and you can see the organic layer which sits on top of the mineral soil. And the organic layer has almost no minerals, and these organic matter is freely accessible by soil microorganisms, and they can decompose this soil organic matter easily. In contrast, organic matter deeper in the soil is bound in between minerals and is protected by these minerals. So microorganisms cannot access this organic matter. Over centuries or millennia, the organic layer has accumulated in the mountain ecosystems due to the harsh climate. And this makes soils in the mountains, if the climate and environmentals are changing, so vulnerable if these changes are happening. In my talk, I want to show you a few examples on the vulnerability. First, I want to show you a soil heating experiment which we have carried out near Davos, where we heated soils by about 4 degrees. And here we can clearly see that this heating, mimicking climate change, we can expect in the near future. It increased the soil carbon losses by about 30 and 50%. This increase surpassed the potential carbon gains by an enhanced plant growth. And this implies that in a future climate with the warmer temperatures, we may also expect carbon losses from the soils. In addition to these direct climate effects, we also can expect that the disturbances are increasing with increasing temperatures. For instance, Winthrop. And Winthrop has not only an impact on the forest biomass, it also has an enormous impact on soils. Because with the Winthrop, you have a loss in the protecting vegetation cover. The soils are becoming much warmer. The soils are in mountain regions, often on steep slopes. And combining these factors, this implies that we have a strong loss of soils by erosion. We have an enhanced microbial decomposition leading to soil carbon losses from the soils. And overall, this results in a loss of soils and in a loss of the key resources from soils, which are carbon, but not only carbon, also the nutrients. And this makes it very difficult for new forests to re-establish on these former Winthrop areas. As an example, to demonstrate how rapidly actually these losses can happen, I want to show a case study of my colleague Matthias Meyer in Austria. He installed a metal pole into the bedrock, and then they monitored the losses of the soil during the following years. And you can see that these losses are dramatic. So within 3 years, there was a loss of 3 centimeters. This does not seem much, but to put it into context, it takes about 500 years until these 3 centimeters of soils are formed. And after Winthrop, these soils are immediately lost. We also have a study in Switzerland where we looked at the soil carbon losses following Winthrop. And here we can see that the losses of carbon by Winthrop are increasing the more carbon is located in the organic layer. And as I mentioned earlier, mountain soils have particularly high carbon stocks in the organic layer. And in this study, we also observed that the carbon losses were more pronounced in mountain soils at high elevations than in the lower elevations in the Swiss plateau. So overall, I want to show you that, or give you the following take-home messages. Mountain soils, they store large amounts of carbon, particularly in this organic layer, which is very vulnerable to be decomposed and to be eroded in a future climate and under ongoing disturbances. And I think soil preservation, you can do this by keeping or maintaining continuous forest cover or vegetation cover, is of key importance to sustainably manage forest and land. And with this, I want to thank you for the attention and hope that you take care of the soils.
Thank you, Frank. So if soils are that vulnerable to climate change and disturbances, the question becomes how to manage them, how to prevent them from erosion, how to safeguard carbon, organic matter, and all their properties. And that's the subject of the final speech of this short section by Dr. Borut Vrščaj from the Agricultural Institute of Slovenia. Borut, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Do you hear my slide?
Yes.
Do you see my slide? Sorry.
We do.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation to talk about soils. I'm a soil scientist working for the Agricultural Institute of Slovenia. And since we are mainly addressing forests, I asked my good colleague Aleš Poljanec, the scientific director of Slovenia's Forest Service, to join me to better give an overview of what we are doing in Slovenia in terms of changing towards sustainability forest management. So we are all aware that climate change steers forest change also, and this impact on the forest in terms of phenological development of plants and the length of growing periods, distribution of tree species, relationship between different tree species, mainly competitiveness, and of course also the forest growth characteristic and productivity of forest landscapes. Threats to forest and forest soils are mainly focused on increasing extent and frequency of natural disturbances, mainly wind throws, heavy snow, ice breaks, forest fires, and of course soil erosion. We are all aware of diseases and pests. Mainly we talk about bark beetle and also about alien invasive species, which are very different plants and animals across the European forests. Of course, loss of biodiversity is discussed and very much present in media as well, but we are really afraid of loss of some endangered species. I thank you, my colleagues from Scotland and Switzerland, to talk about soils. So it is true that forest soils are threatened and that these threats are not fully recognized. Mainly, we are speaking about promoted or excessive soil erosion, of course, about the loss of soil organic matter, in some cases, in some places, about soil acidification and promoted leaching, soil compaction, and in rare cases also about hotspot soil contamination in forest. What I'm speaking about is actually presented by this photograph from Slovenia. It is true that the number of disastrous events is increasing. We are speaking about ice breaks, about floods, mud flows, forest fires, and what we are not speaking very often is threats to forest soils. Here is a good example about soil compaction due to unsustainable forest management, or promoted soil leaching and soil acidification in pure spruce stands, which is a combination of high precipitation and, of course, cold alpine climate and micro-relief. So, climatic changes requires a holistic approach to forest management. It has to be explained that we cannot separate forests land use and forest soils. We are speaking about a nexus. So the biggest challenge of sustainable forest management is risk management, how to mitigate, how to lower these risks to soils and of course forests. Mainly we are speaking about maintaining forest resilience or increasing forest resilience in some places. Especially it is important to preserve forest ecosystem functions. I'm speaking in this case about forest soil ecosystem functions and of course the forest stand ecosystem functions. By all means, the forest soil degradation, all of them needs to be limited, decreased significantly. So the time has come to turn some for existing forest management practices towards greater sustainability. Actually, this climatic change determines forest management based on two strategies. So one strategy is mitigation and the other is adaptation. First one is mainly focused on increasing carbon in forest soils. And forest stands in wood products, and also to introduce additional forest patches in agriculture and urban environments. The adaptation is mainly focused on adapting forest structure and tree species to changing climate conditions. Concretely, what we need to do in Slovenia, what we are planning to do, what we are discussing is less intensive forest management. That means that to leave parts of forests in under natural developments, that means to create some forest reserves, some additional forest reserves, prolongation of forest production cycles. That means aging of forest stands, increasing wood stocks in some forests, returning forests to more natural state. That means near natural forest management and management practices. And of course, harvested wood products need to find place in our stores. So we should replace some other materials with wooden materials, typically increase building wooden houses instead of concrete ones. So these strategies need some warnings that increasing magnitude and frequency of disturbances also increase management risks. We are not quite sure what will happen in the future, how these management changes will be reflected in quality of ecosystems provided by forests. Carbon sinks, carbon stocks are not permanent. They can very quickly turn into carbon sources in case of large-scale disturbances. And of course, the wood products are, introduction of wood products are of course somehow limited with opportunities for bioeconomy. Climate change adaptation strategies in practice are focused to promotion of continuous forest cover wherever possible, wherever possible, to adapt forest structure and tree species composition to site conditions. That means relief, soils, and microclimate, and promote genetic diversity and species diversity through natural regeneration of forests. Then to ensure stability of individual trees through thinning, and special treatment of risk stands. That means introducing earlier regeneration of forest stands. Also, we are discussing about shortening production cycles and lowering the average growth stocks, as opposed to the other mitigation strategies. A kind of balance needs to be found. And of course, the introduction of harvesting, of heavy harvesting machinery has to be adjusted to soil conditions, to susceptibility, to compaction. That means we need to minimize soil degradation, and by this soil erosion and other soil disturbances. In addition to all that, we are aware that
Sorry to interrupt. We need to wrap up your presentation. So if you have some final message, thank you.
Yeah. So awareness raising is also important. Thank you very much.
That was very clear final message. Thank you very much, and sorry again if I have to interrupt in the best interest of all the morning speakers.
Sorry to be too long.
It's okay. Thank you for your contribution. Once again, I remind to the people that are following the webinar that they can ask their questions on the chat window of the online interface. We will have a Q&A session at the end of the first part of the morning. We now enter the last block of this session. Harald mentioned large-scale forest disturbances and specifically bark beetles. So we will have 3 speeches on the dynamics of bark beetles, starting with Professor Sigrid Netterer from Boku, Vienna, whose talk will deal with drought and bark beetles in mountain forests. So Sigrid, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you for inviting me to talk about drought and bark beetles. I'm not professor, I'm just a doctor, but I hope I can nevertheless tell you the most important things about the causalities causing mass outbreaks of bark beetles. I would like to start with the opinion paper of Schultz and colleagues, who looked at or assessed the impact of the extreme 2018 summer drought event on Central European forests. And this so-called auto drought was the most severe and long-lasting summer drought and heat event ever recorded. It was even the most severe event in Europe for the last 500 years, which meant that the mean growing season air temperature lay above 3.3 centigrades above the long-term average. And what you see also in the below figure is that the climatic water balance in terms of precipitation minus potential evapotranspiration was very, very low. It was even the lowest record since 1900. In the same paper, the authors looked at drought-induced tree mortality, which was considerable among the main European tree species important for alpine forests. You see a picture of beech near Basel in Switzerland that was dying that year. And also Scots pine was affected. Here a picture from the Vienna woods in Austria. And of course, the most important conifer species, Norway spruce and silver fir, they were also severely affected. Here again, 2 pictures from Switzerland of dying trees. Apart from drought-induced tree mortality, there were severe signs of drought stress in this severe drought here, which were shown by exceptionally low foliar water potentials.
Sigrid, I'm sorry to interrupt. We can hear some disturbance from the microphone. Maybe you can speak closer to the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it better now? That way?
Yes, I would say so. Thanks.
Do you hear me better that way?
Very much.
Sorry?
Yes. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Hello, I'm sorry. Do you hear me?
We do.
Oh, okay. And there was also widespread leaf discoloration and premature leaf shedding observed in that year. Most importantly, this impaired physiological status of the trees did not disappear until the next year, 2019, which meant that these trees were highly vulnerable to secondary damage, such as fungal pathogens and insect attacks. So which insects do I mean? I would like to provide some examples here for Scots pine. You see in the left-hand figure the brood galleries of different species that play a role. Above, you see breeding galleries of Ips acuminatus, the six-toothed pine bark beetle, which is widely distributed across Europe and Siberia, and which has shown mass outbreaks, not only in lowland pine forests, but also in alpine valleys that are very dry. Two other species, the lesser and the common pine shoot beetle, are early swarming species that tend to establish 2 generations in a warm season. They attack mainly trees weakened by previous damage, such as insect defoliation or fire damage, and in particular drought. In the Mediterranean region, there is a relative species that causes significant tree mortality, also on fairly vital trees. Another, not bark beetle, but book-breasted beetle also reacts very positively to warm and dry climate, and then tends to show mass outbreaks. And finally, another example, Ips sexdentatus, the 12-toothed pine bark beetle, that mainly infests Scots pine, but also other pine species such as black pine or maritime pine. And it shows increasing economic significance in Northern and Central Europe. And for instance, established a mass outbreak in 2003, where it established up to 3 generations. In warmer areas such as Italy, France, and Spain, mass outbreaks of this pine bark beetle are quite common, and it also tends to attack fairly vital trees. The most important tree species still in Europe is Norway spruce. We all know, you see here the wide distribution of this conifer tree, and the same distribution, of course, is shown by its main pest species, Ips hypographus, the Eurasian spruce bark beetle, which has been in epidemic phase more or less constantly since the 1990 storms in Central Europe.
Sorry, we still have some problems with your audio.
I'm really sorry about that. I cannot change it because it's the only mic I have.
It looks a little bit better now. Maybe you can try. Try now.
Okay. So in the recent years, the high population densities of species. We performed a study for the forest looking at parameters. Disposition tends to attack 3 additional parameters: share of nodes, high stand age, and either with increased share of spruce sandwiches, we also saw attacking this. Most noted,
Sigrid, the tech people, we still can't hear you very well. So the tech people here are recommending that you disable your video, so maybe we can gain some bandwidth for your audio signal, which is what's most important to us at the moment. Thank you, and sorry for the glitches. I mean, you can continue share your slides, but maybe disable the webcam. We can't see you anyway, so.
Okay.
And then maybe just try not to move your microphone cable, because it's a delicate balance. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. But the most important thing I want to tell is on sites that were used, so that were looking applied because very deep and very good soils. The stands much more suffered from infestation when they were acutely lost. And you see on the right-hand figure that especially the effective stromatons are important for generation development, and acute drought from June to August increases the risk of attack, both when the stands were first attacked and also even more when they were already attacked in the previous year. So what are predictions for the future? In this study by Barbara Benz and colleagues, they show that the proportion of more than 2 spruce bark beetle generations will significantly increase in the next decades, especially in the northern areas of Europe. When we look at the Central European Alpine regions, also 2 bark beetle generations will probably be very common. This, of course, depends on multiple diapause of this bark beetle species. An important aspect that is now better explained by my colleague Martin Schebeck. That's all from my part. Sorry that we had problems with the mic. I'm really sorry.
Thank you very much, Sigrid. It happens sometimes with online connections, but I think we could grasp the main message of your presentation. And in fact, what we would like to do now is get more acquainted with one of the usual suspects, Ips typographus, which will be the subject of our next speech by Dr. Martin Schebeck, again from BOKU Wien. So Martin, if you're with us, the floor is yours.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
And hear me?
Yes, both.
Perfect. Thank you for inviting me. And in the next couple of minutes, I want to talk about the specific developmental strategy, a so-called diapause, and how this affects the outbreak behavior of the most important pest of Norway spruce forest in Europe. As we just heard, outbreaks of this bark beetle are strongly triggered by abiotic factors like strong storm or drought, but there are also some intrinsic species-specific traits that make Ips typographus such a severe pest. On the one hand, it has a high resistance to tree defense compounds to successfully colonize hosts. Then it can efficiently colonize with pheromones to initiate mass attacks together with conspecifics. Then it is associated with fungal symbionts that we will hear more in the next talk about. And last but not least, it is such a severe pest because it has a high reproductive output in terms of fecundity on the one hand, and on the other hand, it can establish multiple generations per year, so it has a multi-volatilism strategy. And the number of generations per year, which makes it such a severe pest, is on the one hand triggered by ambient conditions like temperature, but also by biological traits of the species itself. In general, insects in temperate regions have to match their life cycles with fluctuating resources, for example, to be in the right place at the right time. For example, this is important to find suitable mating partners or food sources on the one hand, but also to mitigate harmful effects of environmental stressors and to avoid mortality. And in mountainous regions, these are often adaptations against cold during harsh winters. And as you might expect, that these factors are important for the seasonality and the survival, and therefore for the outbreak behavior of pest species in forest ecosystems. Specifically, many insects express a so-called diapause, which is a specific developmental program as a response to fluctuating environments. Diapause in mountainous areas in Europe often occur during harsh winters, during these seasons of unfavorable conditions. and are characterized by a developmental and reproductive arrest, a reduced metabolic rate, and an increased resistance to external stressors, specifically against cold during winters. And now it's important to keep in mind that among insect species that express diapause, we have species that are either facultative diapausing. This means that these insects perceive an environmental signal which programs them to enter diapause during a later time point. And on the other hand, we have species that are obligate diapauses. That means they express diapause independent of an environmental signal, and they just express diapause due to their genetic makeup. And now, Ips typographus is a very outstanding example where in a recent study we found that within this one species we have two different developmental strategies connected to diapause. On the one hand, we have individuals that are facultative diapausing. This means that they perceive a photoperiodic cue in terms of short day lengths. And these signals are translated into the developmental program to enter diapause to arrest development and reproduction during winter. On the other hand, we have individuals of Ips typographus that are so-called obligate diapausing. This means that they enter this developmental and reproductive arrest independent of a photoperiodic signal. So they enter diapause no matter how environmental conditions are. And this has, of course, strong effects on the number of generations per year, as diapause affects the reproduction and the development of this species. This means that facultative diapausing individuals of Ips typographus can resume their reproduction and development until they perceive a photoperiodic cue in late summer, early fall. This means that until late summer, early fall, they can produce multiple generations and have a so-called multivoltinism strategy. On the other hand, Ips typographus that enter an obligate diapause, they can only produce one generation per year, a so-called univoltinism strategy, because they express diapause independent of day lengths and is only regulated by their genetic makeup. And these obligate diapausing beetles can resume their development and reproduction only the next year after they overwintered and after they hibernated. And knowledge on facultative and obligate diapause in Ips typographus is important not only for basic sciences, it is also very important for applied fields, as it regulates the number of generations that can be produced per year. So in the next steps of our research, we will look at various populations in Europe and want to find out how many individuals of Ips typographus can produce multiple generations per year and how many individuals can produce only one generation per year, which has very strong effects of the potential of Ips typographus to damage forests. And diapause is also important in the light of climate change, as evolution would favor the facultative diapause phenotype because it tends to produce more generations under more favorable conditions. And this has very strong effects on the outbreak behavior and on the potential to damage spruce forests. So the take-home message is that it's very important to have very specific knowledge and ideas on the biology and ecology of these pest species to make predictions and to get to know how they might affect spruce forests in mountainous areas. So with this, I'm already at the end of my talk. And yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin, for telling us more about the life of the spruce bark beetle, which of course we have to know better if we want to prevent further outbreaks. But it seems like we are still missing one piece of the story. So the Consul Catriona Graham this morning told us that everything is connected in ecosystems. And we are about to hear an example of this because spruce beetle outbreaks are connected with other living beings, such as bacteria and fungi. And that's going to be the subject of our last talk of this first session by Dr. Hannes Schuler, who will be presenting here, coming from the Free University in Bozen.
All right.
Hannes, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. I have the privilege to be the last one before the coffee break, but I will be short and simple, hopefully. Thank you, Alessandro and John, for inviting me, giving me the opportunity to present our project here at the COP conference, COP26. The project is about the role of bacteria and fungi in the ecology of the European spruce bark beetle. Earlier today, Martin and Sigrid gave you already a very nice introduction about the spruce bark beetle, and I will focus now on another tropic layer and also the importance of bacteria and fungi in this system. So the project Dolomites focuses on a bark beetle outbreak in the Dolomites. So there were and there have been recent storm events. You all know the picture here about the storm Vaya, which occurred in 2018. And for those of you who don't know those pictures, I really suggest to make a walk right around the corner at the National History Museum of Milan. They have an exhibition about the storm event. Really nice pictures and really impressive. This shows also, beside the COP event in Milan, also these topics reached the cities, and this is important for the communication with the people, of course. Here in the picture you see in red the hot spot of this storm event. So northern Italy was heavily hit by this storm event, and the area of the Dolomiti Life area, this is where we focus our study. So this is the eastern part of South Tyrol, the northern part of Belluno, and the western part of eastern Tyrol. This is where we have the focus of our study, and this is where we collected our beetles. But there was not only storm, so Sigrid already mentioned a lot of drought events and the fitness on the host and on the trees. There are also other sides of the coin of climate change. The recent snow damage events, especially in this area of the Alps, the last 2 years, the forests were heavily influenced by storm events. As you see in the picture, trees were destroyed and were severely affected by these snow damage events, and so therefore also this is a huge problem in this area. So the recent storm and snow events in the Dolomites are the ideal conditions for the outbreaks of Ipstibogaspus. As my colleagues already mentioned, they really, the beetles need weakened trees to attack them, and these are of course great conditions to start an outbreak of these populations. So we've heard already many different effects having this severely effect of these pest species. I want to focus on two additional aspects. On the left side in the slide you see this bluish colored timber. So you see the gallery of the beetle, and within the gallery you see this bluish colored bluish color. Actually looks pretty nice, but it is not the case. So this is a blue stain fungi, which is associated with bark beetles. If you see a tree affected by a bark beetles, it's very often that you can observe also these bluish colors. This means the beetle focuses a symbiosis with fungi. They passively introduce the fungi spores into the galleries. The fungi are growing there and help the beetle also to survive, to have a better fitness, to give some nutrients, etc. On the other hand, a very important role, which is currently understudied, are bacteria associated with the insects. Earlier today, we heard about the importance of bacteria, microorganisms in general, in the soil, but the same is true in insects. Insects are dependent on the symbiosis with different microorganisms. These generally are huge a continuum basically from beneficial impacts, providing them nutrients, to a parasitic impact where they really can have severe effects on the reproduction of the hosts. And when Martin mentioned the talk before me, when Martin mentioned the importance and why bark beetles are so important, by having a pheromone system, by being able to survive the defense of the host, by several different aspects. All of those aspects are always associated also with fungi and bacteria. So bacteria and fungi have an important role on the ecosystem, on the host, but they are currently understudied. And this is the goal of our study. So we currently study the composition and the genetic structure of microorganisms. So means microorganisms, fungi, but also bacteria in the host. And as I tried to depict here, the most important bacteria will be in the gut of the beetle, but also maybe in the surrounding of the beetle. So therefore, by extracting the whole DNA of a single individual of a beetle, we are not only extracting the DNA of the beetle itself, but we are also extracting the DNA of the fungi, of the spores which are sitting on the surface of the beetle, but also within the beetle, in the gut of the beetle, etc. But we are also amplifying all the bacteria which are associated on the surface of the beetle, but also here on the gut. So by sequencing all what is in the beetle, we are able to get an overview of the community structure of the fungi and the bacteria. And by using these innovative genetic methods, we are able to get an overview of these compositions. So therefore, we try to have a better understanding of mass reproduction. So fungi and bacteria as well have important aspects on the fitness of the host. And by knowing the community, we have a better understanding. And we are also able, hopefully, to get an overview of the role of the fungi and bacteria in the population dynamics of the host. Especially, we are trying to study now the outbreaking populations in these areas to see if specific bacteria, if specific fungi are associated with the initial attack of healthy trees, and that they might help the beetles to survive the defense of the host. With this, I would like to conclude. Musa Abdelhamed is currently studying the microorganisms, so especially focused on the bacteria. Gulia Arena is studying currently the fungi. The project is in cooperation with the colleagues, the Bochum Vienna, the University in Padova, and here we will hear also a talk of Aurora later today about this aspect of the work. I'll thank the organizers, and I'm happy to hear some questions.
Thank you very much. We now enter a very short session of question and answers before the coffee break. I'm looking at the chat window. I don't see any questions right now. So I invite anyone who desires to ask a questions to use the chat window. We also have another Q&A session at the end of the next block of talks. I will make just one question then to our panelists. I don't know if Harald Bugman is still with us. If so, Harald, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so I will ask a question from the things that surprised me most among all the presentations that we heard this morning, and that's your graph about the end of the carbon overshoot in the increase of forest. So yesterday in Italy, for example, the results from the last National Forest Inventory were presented, and so the most important result was that the forests are continuing to increase both in area and in biomass. But your graph and your suggestion is that this increase will eventually end up. So why is that? And if so, what should we do about it?
Okay, I mean, the graph I showed refers to carbon or biomass per unit area. So this does not include an increase in the forest area. It's just the per area carbon storage, which increases very strongly at the beginning of a succession, and then it comes to a maximum, and as the late successional species are taking over, that is going down again. So what you are mentioning, that the carbon storage is increasing, is also what we find in the Swiss National Forest Inventory, for example, or in the Bundeswaldinventur in Germany. But the prediction from that model is that this effect will come to a halt at some point in 2030 to 2050, and thereafter there will be a slight decrease. So I don't think that the model result is in any conflict with any empirical evidence so far.
Would that be for climate change pressures or extreme events, or is there any reason or explanation for this expectation?
No, it's just intrinsic successional dynamics. The simulation I showed was not taking into account climate change. It was under a constant climate.
Okay, thank you very much. So that speaks even more about the importance of correctly managing our forests by knowing what's coming, not only increasing resistance and resilience to extreme events, but also managing carbon sinks appropriately. And we will hear in the second part of the morning about the importance of European forests as carbon sinks, and also about future scenarios. I think there's a question from the floor.
Thank you very much for this really interesting event. I'm Claire James. I'm coming in from the British Embassy in Rome. And I have a question for Professor Colin Campbell, all about, it really struck me when you were speaking that it's often said that we know more about space and the moon than we do about the earth beneath our feet. And soil isn't something we normally think about when we're thinking about the impacts of climate change. So when you mentioned also that if we just left forests be, in the sense, let forests grow naturally, that might be part of the solution. So this idea of not having invasive forest management. I'm just wondering how far that can be the solution, because clearly it must be a lot cheaper and easier to just let forests grow on their own. So I'm wondering why that doesn't happen so much, and how far that can be the solution. Thank you.
So thank you, that's a fabulous question, and to answer it, there are many people here who can talk about the silvicultural and forest management side, but I think there is a trend across all production systems, whether it's agriculture or forestry, that we have focused on production of the timber or the production of the agricultural crops, and we've adopted a very extractive approach with monocultures and even clonal material in some cases. And what we're not doing is exploiting diversity enough to have more resilient systems. And what we think is going to happen in the future is that we need to actually redesign diversity back into our production systems. We can let things go completely natural and we can rewild, and that will mean less productivity and less trees, less timber. Or we can take a middle approach where we try to design diversity back into our production systems. That will include soil biodiversity. And we are finding staggering things about the way in which soil biodiversity influences tree productivity, particularly with these symbionts, these mycorrhizal symbionts. They are connecting all the trees in the forest, they are connecting all the trees with all the plants in the forest, and they are signalling and actually cooperating with each other in the forest. And the more we learn about this science, the more options there are to design nature-based solutions to managing our forests in the future. So I think we need to change the way we think about how do we get more diversity back into our production systems.
Thank you very much. Yes, there's another question from the floor. Please.
Hello, my name's Wendy Wyver and I'm another representative of the British Embassy. I've found this conversation fascinating. A number of the speakers touched in terms of solutions on the need possibly also to proactively plant tree species that are better adapted to the stresses of climate change, to replace some of those which really are failing to cope, such as, I think we mentioned, the spruces. But of course that in itself will have an impact on biodiversity and the ecological system. While it seems like a great solution, particularly for maintaining soil, maintaining forest cover, what thinking is going to actually monitoring the biological and ecological impact of those changes themselves?
Thank you. I think I'll forward this question to Harald first.
Thank you. I can give it a try at least. I think we need experiments that are testing out the consequences of the use of new species before we actually then take the measure to say, yes, we plant them widely over large areas. And I'm aware of at least one of these experiments, which is a test planting experiment going on in Switzerland with more than 50 sites and about more than a dozen tree species. Not everything is planted everywhere, but there's a careful design behind this, what might make sense to plant in certain regions at certain elevations. And this is now being tested out. So I think we need research to figure out what should be done when and where, and not just start doing experiments in the real world by forestry, because we might regret them in the long term.
And then maybe, thank you, Harald, for the answer, and maybe Frank Hagedorn, maybe a perspective on the effect of tree plantations on soils, which we learned are very important.
I mean, I would back up Harald. I mean, I think so far we have a very limited understanding about the direct linkage of trees and microbial and fungal diversity in the soil. I mean, this is still a black box we are dealing with. And I mean, I think, you know, we need this kind of experimental studies to better understand it, and also what it means then for the trees to grow on this kind of substrate. So there's a feedback between the trees and the soil organisms. And so far, I think we have a limited understanding.
Thank you. That's also clear in terms of where to focus more research, and also how to inform national policies that we hear more and more every day about planting millions and millions of trees, which have to be carefully done and carefully planned. We have a last question from online audience, so maybe a very short answer. The question is for Dr. Borut Vrščaj. It's about forest management in Slovenia. So Peter Iversen is asking, in the presentation of owned forestry in Slovenia, there were conflicting strategies for mitigation and adaptation. So will these be applied on different sites, or which strategy will you follow to compound these two very important goals?
Yes, you're right. These can be applied or should be applied to different sites. I would like also to add something to my previous speakers. It is true that research is needed, but there are some activities, some strategies that can be applied right away. I mean, changing forests from artificial pure spruce stands to more natural mixed forests is one of the strategies that for sure it will work. Or to limit heavy machinery to soils more resistant to compaction. But in terms of forest management, I'm sure that my colleague Aleš Poljanec would give better answer than myself. So if he can jump into the discussion, I would appreciate that.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Maybe I can give an additional explanation about that. So we wanted to tell that only maximizing carbon sink is not the right strategy, but it should be somehow balanced also with adaptation strategies, because if we maximize production cycles, then we produce more and more old forests, and old forests are somehow less resistant. So we should manage the forest, and in some cases where the risk is low, we could extend the production period. But let's say in case of spruce in lowlands, probably where the risk of management is high, then we should think about to reduce the production period. So so it needs to be balanced to maximize, to optimize on the one side carbon sink, and on the other side, a risk that we deal with through the management of the forest. So that's.
Thank you very much. And if I can make a short conclusive statement, I think all the issues that we have touched upon this morning will nicely lead into the second part of our meeting. Forest planning and forest policies will be more and more important to correctly plan forest management that can take care about climate mitigation, adaptation, and prevention of natural hazards. So we'll enter now our coffee break for 15 minutes, I believe, and I invite you all back. 10 minutes, okay, we'll try to gain some time, so 10 minutes. So I invite you all back at 11:20 Rome time for the second part of our meeting. Thank you very much.
Frank, are you okay with the talks?
To be moderated by Matthias Rottach. Wherever you prefer. You stay. Yeah, I mean, you all stay for this, if that's okay. You're part of the. Yes, it's fine. If you want. Yes, sure. Very good. There's no, the order is just begin. No, wherever you go. How do you prefer? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry.
Welcome back to this second part of this morning on sustainable alpine forests. I'm trying to, from the experience of the first session, not to lose too much time with speaking myself. You have seen me already, so you know who I am, and I'm jumping directly into that session, second part, which is sustaining ecosystems services in mountain watersheds and the potential of digitalization. So there will be an introductory presentation by Giacomo Grassi, who is sitting on my left-hand side here from JRC. We agreed that he will introduce himself, so please, Giacomo, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, and thanks for inviting me. I'm Giacomo Grassi, work at the Joint Research Center, who is the scientific branch providing scientific support to policymaking in Brussels. You heard this morning Marco Onida. We contribute to provide scientific evidence to the legislations like the one you heard this morning from Marco. So, next slide, please. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I didn't
okay, thanks.
The green button is.
Okay. Well, I start with this, with a story, because the relationship between science and policy on forest is often complex. And the story starts from two men in a balloon that get lost over a forest. And they see two persons below them and ask where they are, because they are lost. The people below tell them, well, you are latitude X, longitude Y, and then the person above, they say, well, you must be a scientist. I asked you a simple question, you gave me too complex information, and I'm still lost. And below they say, well, you must be a policymaker. I gave you an accurate answer, but you don't understand, and you blame me. I start with that because sometimes the relationship on complex issues like forest mitigation, adaptation, the communication is difficult between science and policy, and different perspectives are possible. Well, let's start why forests are so important to fight climate change. And let's start with what science says about the global carbon cycle. On the left side, you see the anthropogenic emissions, mostly from fossil fuel, but also about 15% from land use changes, mainly tropical deforestation. Where these emissions go? And you see on the right where these emissions go, nearly half remains in the atmosphere, creating the global warming that we all know about. But luckily, not all remains in the atmosphere. More than half is absorbed, about 25% by oceans and about 30% by terrestrial ecosystems, mostly forest. So you can see from this picture that the management of forest resources is on both sides of the equation. It's part of the problem with land use changes and deforestation, and part of the solution with the removal of CO2, the sink of CO2, which removes CO2 from the atmosphere. And this concept is taken up by, has been taken up by policy, and the Paris Agreement in that respect has been a real game changer. Why? Because it declared within the objective to stay within the 2 degrees by end of the century, well below 2 degrees. And to this aim, following the advice by the IPCC, by science, asked countries to reach a balance between anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions and CO2 removals. So we may wonder, which are the best tool to remove CO2 in the atmosphere, which is the best technology? Well, to be clear, the best technology we have now are forests. Forests are the most important CO2 sink that human can measure. However, of course, it's complex to measure, it's complex to identify what is anthropogenic, and of course, this capacity should not be used as an excuse for inaction in other sectors. Of course, a rapid decarbonization in all other sectors is anyway absolutely needed. This narrative is well reflected in the EU climate target. You can see the various, you can see the red line are the net emissions. The positive numbers are emission toward atmosphere. The negative numbers are removal of CO2 from the atmosphere. So on the positive side, so emissions toward the atmosphere, you can see all sectors, energy, industry, and transport. And below you see the so-called land use change, and forestry sector, the LULUCF sector, which at the EU level absorbs about 7% of total emissions. 7% seems not a big quantity, but as you can see, the more we go toward climate neutrality, which has been decided by the EU to be reached in 2050, the more the importance of the forest CO2 sink will increase over time. In 2050, most of the remaining emissions that cannot be brought to zero in the other sector is expected to be absorbed by forest. We have a problem though. The current sink is decreasing for a number of reasons that we have also heard this morning. Because harvest is increasing, because there is increasing wood demand, because there are increasing natural disturbance, because forests are getting older. And the new LULUCF proposal, which is part of the Fit for 55 package that has been released mid of July this year, aims essentially to stop and reverse soon the current decline of the sink. And this is a major challenge that we have ahead of us. However, forests can deliver more than just the CO2 sink. We heard also this morning, I really have to congratulate with the speaker this morning. It was an excellent set of presentation. And actually here I'm just connecting many of the dots that you heard already this morning. So the sink is essential, but there is even beyond the sink. Wood products may help fighting climate change as well. But then a number of questions arise, and these questions reflect different perspectives and sometimes trigger a heated debate. What is better for the climate? Should forests be harvested more or less? Should wood use be in energy or in construction? To answer this question, we need to enter in a system perspective. System perspective means that we have to understand the relationship between the LULUCF sector, the green box, the forest sector, the red box, and the other sectors. And we need to understand that there are different mitigation options, which include increasing carbon stock, which is the net sink in forests, but also in harvested wood products, that there are substitution effects using wood for material use instead of cement or steel, for example, or for energy. And we need to understand the trade-off exist between options, because if you increase harvest, you have more wood available for material or energy substitution, but then you have a decrease in the next sink in the short, medium term, that from a forestry perspective means few decades, so it's a long period. In conclusion, we need a system perspective, bearing in mind that what is important is maximizing the sum of all mitigation options, not only one mitigation option, not only the material substitution or the sink, the sum of the two. We need a holistic assessment, including multifunctionality, of course, including socioeconomic aspect, biodiversity, and the need of adaptation and resilience that we heard so well this morning. There are some widely applicable recommendations. So get better data. Sometimes we still lack good data. Remote sensing will help, will not solve all the problem, or will help. Increase the net forest annual growth, including through better management in new forest area. Shift the use of wood toward long-lived products and high substitution benefit. Prioritize circular economy and cascade use of wood, especially for bioenergy, and analyze trade-off at local level. There is no one solution that fits all. Governance tool and financial incentive have to be defined at country level to encourage win-win pathway. At the end, it's not only a matter of harvest quantities, but it's also a matter of quality, better forest management and better use of wood. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Giacomo, especially also for this last quote, or not a quote, but like making a very clear statement of what we are needing. So this was the introduction, and that directly then moves us into this what is called panel 4 on the agenda, which is sustaining ecosystem services. The first presentation is going to be given, well, actually on the agenda is Michele da Pozzo from Regione d'Ampezzo in the Dolomites, which is the national park in Italy. It's Regione d'Ampezzo Collective Property Woodlands. You will see him, I was announced for like 10 seconds or so, and then you will hear John Stewart to give the presentation. So please, Michele.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the invitation. You might bet the pronunciation. I kindly ask for help from John Stewart as a speaker of my report. Thank you very much. John, are you
Thank you.
present?
Yes. Regoli d'Ampezzo Collective Property Woodlands. As you see, chart 1, please. First chart. As you will see in chart 1, the forest heritage of the community of the Regoli d'Ampezzo covers slightly more than
Excuse me, John, if I interrupt, we need, Michele, we need to see the slides, so if you can go into presentation mode, please. Michele, sarebbe possibile di presentarle le slides? I don't know.
Slides.
Are you still there, Michele? Can you hear me? Is there a chance to get him, or maybe to present his slides if he has submitted them?
You don't have them.
What's that?
Are you looking at the slide?
No, we are looking at the list of slides. So if you go into presentation mode.
I try.
È possibile di presentare le slides?
Sì.
Yeah, ecco. Grazie.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
So we go back to John and the voice behind it.
Regoli d'Ampezzo collective property woodlands. As you see in chart 1, the forest heritage of the community of the Regoli d'Ampezzo covers slightly more than half the total area of the property, and a little more than a third is destined to production forests. Until a century ago, the ownership of the Regoli aimed above all to guarantee grazing areas for families, with the forest relegated to a secondary role, mostly aimed at local needs and only afterwards to timber trade. Collective ownership and localized and occasional use of timber, limited to the needs of the community, led over centuries to the formation of old, mature, mixed and stratified woods. This didn't happen in nearby valleys where large feudal properties dominated, maximizing the exploitation of forests, even at the expense of local populations, or otherwise large mining centers where large amounts of wood were burnt in furnaces. The Ampezzo woods grow on a calcareous dolomitic substrate, nutritionally poor and unstable, which prevents the widespread formation of large fertile woods and leads to slow growth of tree soil. Because of the very long time to maturity, at least 100 years, there is still the formation of high-quality timber. Forests with limited fertility, growth, and density are also more stable and resilient to extreme weather events such as water stress, wind and heavy snow accumulations, as well as to pest attacks. Protection forests are largely made up of Scots pine, not very productive, but essential for the protection of slopes from increasingly frequent debris flows. These protection forests are also very rich in biodiversity. On the other hand, pine forest habitats are the most vulnerable to the risk of fires, historically very rare in the Ampezzo area, but in recent years an increasing threat. The next slides, 2 and 3. Next slides.
Go.
Clearly show the variety of species and types of forest habitats covering the Ampezzo Dolomites, a variety which explains their extraordinary biodiversity and landscape. The high micromorphological variety, the low average fertility, and the history of the Ampezzo woods certainly do not encourage a strong profit-oriented forest activity. However, most of the Regoli forests are in fact actively managed, even if at low intensity. The capillarity of the forest road network and the constant maintenance of access routes, useful also for tourism, allows small and localized interventions to be carried out across most of the property. The so-called cador cut, also called selective cut or cure cut, practiced for centuries by the Regoli communities of the Eastern Dolomites, aims also nowadays to provide good quality woody assortments, although not in large quantities. Entering a forest parcel with a cure cut on average once every 15 years, we collect a reasonable amount of good quality woody mass, and at the same time we remove from the entire forest parcel area crooked, malformed and subordinated trees. Firewood is collected. Natural renewal, already in progress in the largest clearings, is encouraged and strongly favored by each cure or healing cut. Preconditions for the practice of cure cutting are obviously a widespread accessibility of the management units, as well as the constant maintenance of the road network, as well as a willingness by the property to accept modest and constant incomes over time, rather than to make large profits in a short time. Another precondition of the practice of cure cutting is having on site specialized forest companies capable of carrying out forest activities without damaging the wooded area that remains standing. This is no longer so obvious nowadays. Concerning the direct and indirect damage caused by the Via storm, to date, there have been tree crashes for about 45,000 cubic meters and deaths from bark beetles for about 20,000, with a total loss of 65,000 cubic meters, accounting for slightly less than 4% of all the regolith woods. Of these, about 40,000, 60% of the total, have been or are being recovered, since they are accessible and provide an adequate economic return. Substantial incentives have been awarded to the regional administration of Veneto to compensate for tree crashes caused by Via. It is estimated that the total deforested area is about 500 hectares, or slightly more than 3% of the total wooded area. This figure appears quite comforting compared to the damage inflicted to nearby valleys. As you see in slide 4, hopefully, the current net income from forest activities of the regolith is around 80,000 to 100,000 euros per year. The regolith access the public incentives of the Rural Development Plan whenever possible, but are still able to support the management of their assets without public aid. However, it is hoped that the landscape recreational, naturalistic, environmental, ecosystem benefits, as well as the stabilization of slopes and carbon sequestration, will sooner or later be adequately recognized and remunerated by European environmental policies. Currently, instead of hundreds of hectares devastated by clear cuts, a heavy legacy left by the Great War of a century ago, there are coeval tree thickets of the same age of 80 to 90 years, still not mature and very vulnerable to climatic events and parasitic attacks. These thickets are emblematic of the vulnerability of woods, deriving from the notorious and vast clearing cuts. Interventions absolutely unsuitable for the resilience and stability of the medium-high mountain forests in the Dolomites.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and also for reading it. I think in the interest of time, we have directly to move, so to say, from a good example in the Dolomites towards facing complexity. So the next speaker is going to address managing for complexity, sustaining ecosystem services in the context of climate change. And this is Emanuele Lingua from the University of Padua. I hope you're hearing us and you very good. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so you can hear me and you can see my share screen?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks a lot. So my presentation actually is a follow-up of all the presentation that actually we had this morning. So I've been widely introduced the concept and the topic. And actually, the subheading of my presentation is actually provided by Professor Harald Bugman, that is management matter, actually. And just jumping into the presentation, and try to say sometimes. So since the beginning of the morning, we talk about the ecosystem services provided by alpine forests that are fundamental, not only for the people living in the valley, but also for people living far away from these mountain ranges. And ecosystem services is not simply some new value that recently have been taken into consideration, but also started from the wood production, so timber production, so productive forest. So we need to sustain like local production, to sustain local community, as we have seen on the previous presentation, a long way in the long term with the sustainable forest management. But in order to sustain
all the ecosystem services, not only the production, we need to really introduce the management some new approaches. And sometimes also looking at in the past to find the good solution in order to provide and to enhance the ecosystem service provision from alpine forest. And actually, if we look at the forest management, we are looking at different stands that are in a gradient of situation, where sometimes we want to increase the protection of these ecosystems, or sometimes we need to produce a lot. So in a range from conservation forest to agroforestry, but there is like a gradient to different situation. And actually silvicultural measure and forest management really can play a role from a less intensively managed native forest to intensively managed forest and plantation forest. And here is the place where the silvicultural intervention can work in order to enhance the resistance and resilience of European forest, and also to conserve and promote biodiversity also in the managed forest. This is probably the key point of the future forest management. And I have to say that sometimes there is a misunderstanding of some terms, and probably sometimes we are not really able to transfer and to share the correct meaning of some scientific terms or indices. And one of the common one is the biodiversity, but biodiversity is different than number of species, but the general public is just thinking about that. And with forest management, we can do really a lot on this, because in a temperate forest, in mountain forest, we cannot look at high number of species in the forest, in the tree cover, at least at the tree species. But we can work on structural diversity. That is a part, a very important part, maybe even the most important part in mountain forest, biodiversity. But also we have to remind that in the alpine forest, in the alpine environment, biodiversity is not a synonymous of naturalness. So we are living in an environment that has been managed from millennia, and it is still managed. And so if you are selling postcard and landscape that we really appreciate, actually, this is the result of forest management and landscape management. So we are living in a cultural landscape that also is an hotspot for biodiversity. So with the management, we can and we have and we should maintain this kind of diversity that has been generated by sustainable forest management for years, as for centuries. Also, as we have seen from the nice example of Regole d'Ampezzo in the Dolomites mountains. Of course, with the forest management, we can alter, we can affect the forest structure directly, and this is the way how we can maintain and enhance biodiversity. We can maintain and improve biodiversity in managed forest, and also we can manipulate our stand in order to obtain a more resistant and resilient forest. And we have to think about at the forest at two different levels, two different scales. So we can intervene at the stand scale or a single tree level, increasing the horizontal and vertical structure of our forest, and adapt and enhance, also increase tree species distribution, tree species composition of our stand. And mainly we have to promote deadwood quantity and quality in our mountain ecosystem, as Arad already suggested in the first slide. Because these are providing habitat structure, increase the presence of this habitat, tree habitat element, and also we need to have like aged stand or all the tree in our system. And previously, Giorgio Vacchiano told us that the National Forest Inventory new data we implemented for Italy yesterday. And the presence of deadwood, the average presence of deadwood in our forest is around 14.7 cubic meter per hectares, and is increased from the previous inventory that was only 8.8. But still, we are a little far away from the minimum that we consider enough for a target for a sufficient biodiversity in our forest. So we need to retain some all the trees, big trees in our silvicultural systems, and also maintain deadwood in our system in order to provide a forest managed for multi-purpose, to providing more ecosystem services. And this is at the stand scale and also at the landscape scale, at the regional scale, the importance of forest planning, and to deal with these problems, to increase resilience, increase resistance, enhance and maintain biodiversity in our mountain stands, also at a bigger scale. And we had to maintain maybe unmanaged forest patches, so some reserve, but it's not a matter of segregation. We need to include also in the regular management, and so in regular stands, some parameters, some factors that are increasing biodiversity and resilience and resilient effect. And of course, we cannot apply all of the points that we discussed this morning, and I showed in the previous slide, in all the forest. Even if it's a complex system, we cannot adopt a very complex approach. But we need to at least act in locally, maybe at the standard level, in order to obtain big results at the large scale, but also it's correct, as Giacomo was saying at the beginning, there is not a one size fit all. So we have not a general rule that we can apply all over Europe, all over like the mountain forest. The silvicultural strategy should be site specific and species specific. And always we have also to remember a local community and socioeconomical issue. Concerning climate change, probably since some years ago, we always faced and study and observe like the chronic effect of climate change, so the gradual changes. But now we are facing a period of abrupt changes, so natural disturbances. So people now really notice this and the effect of climate change. And recently in the Alps, in Italian Alps, actually, there are pictures coming from 2017 fires in the Western Alps, 2018 firestorm in the Eastern Alps, and now we are facing the bark beetle outbreaks that we will see in the next presentation. So big scale event, large event that were not really considered in the past. So now we are called for, again, for afforestation in a lot of situations. And we already discussed about the species, the provenance and the quality. But I want to just highlight this point and going to the conclusion that also for the EU forest strategy, so 3 billion additional trees in Europe by 2030, and for Italy, roughly will be like a 200 million of trees. But the tree nursery sector, the tree nursery system in the past have been neglected because we relied on natural regeneration, so close to nature silviculture. So now we need to invest in a new tree production, in seedling production, in order to really reach the European goal that are quite ambitious. But also we have to remind that is a complex, we are managing from complexity, a complex system. So restorative systems is not simply planting trees. We are entering the decade of ecosystem restoration, and as a silviculturist, as a forest manager, we have a big responsibility since we need to create a more resilient forest, but not only by planting trees, but also by creating a stable and resilient ecosystem. And thanks for the attention.
Thanks a lot, Emanuele. This was a very interesting overview on what diversity actually means, not only the numbers and all that, and how to cope with it. I think this gives an excellent introduction into the next presentation, which is now going into the conflicts of those issues, managing conservation conflicts, a vital component to tackle the climate crisis. This is given by Chris Pollard, from the Forest Research in the UK. So please, Chris, the floor is yours. You can see your slides.
Hi, can you hear and see me okay?
Yes, I can hear you and we see your slides. That's perfect.
Thank you very much. Hi, good morning. My name is Chris Pollard. Thanks for inviting me to speak today. I'm a behavioural scientist from Forest Research. We're the research agency for forestry in the UK, and we're the GB principal organisation for forestry tree research. I'm going to talk a little bit about conflicts and cooperation. So As already mentioned elsewhere and in many places now, there's ambitious tree planting targets across the UK and forward-thinking strategies about how to manage forests and woods and even individual trees in the era of climate change. Got two examples here. We've got the Scottish Government woodland creation targets and the UK Government's Tree Health Resilience Strategy and its 5 behavioural goals. So it's just examples, but as climate change has moved up the agenda, we've seen the increased focus on our social and economic research group start to answer some of these complex questions about how to deliver these ambitions. And we've been approaching these alongside the ecologists and the foresters within forest research, and then collaborations outside as well. Now, of course, there are other aims and goals and objectives in the world, and they're held by a vast range of stakeholders, and they're about land use, about where funding comes from and how it's used, and about individuals and actually how they live their lives in relation to trees, woods and forests. So because of this vast range of objectives, the perfect scenario, of course, is to find synergies here. For example, you can plant trees for carbon sequestration. You might have benefits to biodiversity, recreational opportunities and productive forests. Brilliant, that's the perfect scenario synergies. But we're all realistic, and we've talked a lot, other speakers have talked already today about trade-offs and understanding the measurements of ecosystem services and those different kind of benefits, measuring those so we understand the trade-offs between them and different options that we have, and then we can debate and have agreements, and they're tough decisions, but move forward with those. But in some cases, there are extreme ones. You'll have these disagreements in objectives, and then you'll have instances where one party perhaps or is perceived to assert their interests over the other, and that's the definition of conservation conflict there. So 2 UK examples from a number of years ago. These are both urban examples rather than Alpine, but I hope they'll understand the relevance here. First one was street trees in Sheffield in England. They were felled, and that caused protests by residents. This was really high profile. It made the national news. And secondly, experiences of residents following eradication of an Asian longhorn beetle introduction. The paper here describes how eradication was hailed as a success. It worked in terms of stopping the beetles, but from a policy point of view, great. But residents had some really serious criticisms about how eradication was done and the way that the process was followed through. So conflict can have these extra potential consequences, not only trade-offs where you're losing one thing or another, but the potential consequences of the conflict itself in terms of time and money. It could be legal challenges. There's delay of this essential climate change action or conservation actions that you're trying to implement. They're just delayed and delayed. And then those two things at the bottom, loss of trust and reputational damage, which you might be able to overcome the introduction of the beetle initially, but then in the future, are people going to be on side with you when you're trying to do things again? Trust and reputational damage, very, very important. So here I'm just showing a general conflict management process. I've simplified this from a tool which is designed for conservation agencies. But just to go around it quickly, from the top there is mapping. So understanding the conflict, then moving round to the right, bringing folk together for multi-stakeholder approaches, moving around, discussing evidence, and then having transparent processes, monitoring evaluation, and then prediction, trying to anticipate future conflict. My time's brief here, of course, so I'm going to show an example of the social science work we've done alongside spatial scientists at Forest Research to look at this one about multi-stakeholder approaches and inclusion, to rigorously represent the complexity of people's values for better decision making. So the aim here to avoid and manage conflict. So this was a study done on the attitudes to landscape benefits. It was placed in southern Scotland in the hills there. And here we used interviews and this LandPref tool. So this tool is an interactive landscape visualization. It allows participants, the members of the public, whoever you're talking to adjust a virtual landscape using these rich cartoon images that you see in the center there. They can pick what they want in the landscape, what their preferences are: turbines, energy production, recreation, sheep farming, commercial forestry. And it also fed back on the level of carbon sequestration based on the choices that were made. And the key thing here is that the combinations of what they could choose are constrained by a rule-based algorithm. So they can't just pick everything, or they have certain selection between the different potential choices. And the data to create those rules is from this area in southern Scotland. So the data collected, the ecological, the soil data collected right here and fed into this for the local people or the people in the area to start to make their decisions. So really working together. For this particular example, there was strong support for wilderness and nature and timber production. And there was little support for energy and turbines and actually for farming. And there was also little support for not doing anything, so didn't want business as usual. But the key here is that this interdisciplinary research is helping those working to reach those planting targets, to put the trees in the right places, crucially here with buy-in from those who live and use the hills. So finally, I just want to emphasize again the importance of this interdisciplinary working between scientists. Forest Research have this year just begun a new set of 7 core programs developed alongside the governments in England, Scotland and Wales. 6 out of these 7 of the programmes include the social and economic researchers. So I think that just shows that the impetus to discover behaviour and to get people involved, not just relying on previous natural science, but also trying to get as many people involved in making these decisions as possible, is seen as the way forward in order to combat these complex problems. There's much work to do to tackle climate change, of course, and working across these boundaries and closely with stakeholders as well. Getting stakeholders really involved in the process is there to minimise these conflicts and increase the amount of cooperation that's required. So I'll just acknowledge my team in the Social and Economic Research Group in Forest Research. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Chris, for this overview on sort of how potential conflicts and other threats could be handled. We are expanding our perspective a little bit into a food perspective also. Building resilient mountains and mountain food systems is going to be presented by Rosa Laura Romeo from the Mountain Partnership Secretariat at FAO. So Rosa Laura, you're here. Very good to see you, and we hope that we can also hear you and see your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to share my screen, and I have a few slides. Okay. Can you see my screen?
We see your screen, and please, if you go to the presentation mode, that would be great.
Yes, I'm trying. Yes, should be okay right now, right?
That's perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about mountain and food system, in particular about the impact of the pandemic on the mountain food systems, but allow me to start sharing some basic stats about mountains and mountain people around the world. So mountains cover about 27% of the Earth's surface, so they are a big part of our land, and they host about 15% of the world population. So more than 1 billion people live in mountain area, and the majority of these people live in developing countries. So basically out of this 1.1 billion, 1 billion live in developing areas. They have a very important functions, as we all know, because they provide fresh water to at least 50% of the humanity, and they are home to a lot of biodiversity. We also know that about 62% of mountain people live in rural areas, where, of course, agricultural production is a small-scale affair. So most mountain agriculture is done by small farmers and pastoralists. Okay, just a few information about the mountain partnership where I work. The mountain partnership is the only United Nations alliance that deals with mountain development and supports the livelihood of mountain people. Includes now more than 400 members, including 60 governments and many, many civil society organizations that are really the backbone of this alliance. This mountain partnership is supported by a secretariat that is hosted in the forestry division of FAO, and this secretariat exists thanks to the support of Italy, Switzerland, and Andorra, to which we are very grateful. Sorry. Okay. In preparation for the Food System Summit that, as you may know, took place on the 23rd of September, we organized a lot of activities. We provided background information, case studies, and info sheet, because mountain food systems are very relevant for mountain people, but also very relevant for people living in the lowland. So we organize a lot of activities, a lot of engagement of our members to ensure that the mountain food system could be included in the process. And you can read more on our website if you want to know how this was carried out. But allow just me to say that in mountains, agricultural techniques are a mix of traditions and innovation. We know that many techniques have been fine-tuned throughout the centuries, and they have found ways to be very resilient. They're very sustainable. The relation with the environment is a very healthy one. But we also know that sometimes this disruption can happen, and this has a big impact on the livelihood of mountain people. Mountain agriculture is based on biodiversity. There are a lot of varieties in each agricultural area in the mountains, and this is, of course, a way to adapt to events, to extreme events, to pests, etc. So the diversity of the variety use is a very important resilient factor. And this is something that should be protected when we look at protecting and enhancing mountain food systems. We also know that mountain agriculture, even if it's, of course, less productive than the agriculture in the lowland, is important for many reasons, not only because it's the backbone of the mountain economies, but it's also fulfilling some important ecosystem functions, because they protect the slopes, they contribute to the water retention, and we also know that mountain soils are very important carbon sink. So mountain agriculture, beyond the productive factor, has very important functions that they fulfill, and this is why it should be protected. We have been conducting studies to look at the mountain food insecurity since the year 2000, and unfortunately, the food insecurity in mountain areas continues to increase. Our last study was in 2017, and we found out that the food insecurity in mountain areas, in rural mountain areas, was about 53%. It means that this is the possibility that people go without food throughout the year. There are other factors that are contributing to, there are several factors that are contributing to this food insecurity in mountain areas. We know that mountain areas are often far away from the capital. They have limited access to infrastructure. They have fewer markets and services, access to credit, etc. So there is all this element of marginalization in terms of social and economic infrastructure. There are also the natural hazards, which have always been a reality in mountain areas, but nowadays, because of climate change, are increasing. And the land degradation is also another important element in many mountain areas that is contributing to this erosion of the food security. Another big element that's terribly contributed to increase the food insecurity, and we haven't been able yet to quantify this, is the impact of the COVID-19 on the mountain food systems. We know that the challenges that were added to the COVID-19 to mountain areas have basically reduced the access of mountain people to markets, many supply chains have been disrupted. There was a ban in many cases on food export. The tourism almost disappeared in most mountains for at least 2 seasons. And there was this has caused an increase in the inequalities and the marginalization, the lack of access to basic services. These are some data from the World Bank. They are not specifically referring to mountain areas, but to rural areas at large. But I think it's quite relevant to look at this. We know that in mountain areas, the livelihood of people is mainly based on 3 sources of incomes that are agriculture, remittances, and tourism. And these 3 were seriously affected by the pandemic. So we expect that the situation for food insecurity in mountain areas during the pandemic has decreased the availability of food, so it's worse than it was before. This is because there is less employment. This is because there is less access to input and to output markets. The middlemen, the intermediaries, had more difficulties in accessing mountain areas because there was a ban in many areas for traveling. And also because of the overall, the global economic crisis, there was a general decline in the purchasing power of consumers. If we look at what can be done to improve the situation in mountain areas and to ensure that mountain people are not left behind but are fully included, we need to look at options in a very integrated manner. So basically, there is a lot that can be done if we look at the supply chain with an holistic approach, trying to include elements of innovation in the supply chain, but also valuing the traditional knowledge, the traditional practices, and the traditional products that are highly appreciated by the consumers. We need to enhance, of course, the food safety and the nutritional quality to allow these products to reach the market and have the needed standard. We need to strengthen the capacity of the agri-food enterprises to ensure that they can compete in the international market. And the other big issues now is this improving the public-private partnership to ensure that the food processing and the food loss is reduced to the minimum. The mountains need investment, we know that. And so investment for green recovery are really an important element. And of course, we need to ensure that the institutional policy environment is a conducive one. So we say that the local authorities and the local communities of producers should be really empowered to be able to develop their own business and their own specific policies.
Excuse me, Rosa Laura, can you please come to an end?
Sure. I think this is basically my last slide. So we need to protect the traditional and indigenous food system. We need to include the impact of climate change and ensure that land rights and tenure issues are fully included. Allow me to say that women play a very important role in the process because women are often left in mountain areas as the custodian of this ecosystem. So it's very important that women are in the driver's seat and fully empowered. So yes, thank you very much. And
thanks a lot. Sorry, thanks a lot, Rosa Laura, for this overview on the food chain aspect in mountain areas. And so with this, we move to, back to the forest, so to say, to the more precisely to risk to forest, to mountain forest ecosystem services due to natural disturbances. And this is going to be presented by Anna Stretti from ETH in Zurich. So please, Anna, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Matthias. So we've already heard a lot today about natural disturbances in mountain forests and also about the ecosystem services in these forests. So I'm going to try to link the two a bit and also talk about some tools that can help us to cope with this risk to mountain forest ecosystem services, and specifically how Earth observation and other tools can help us to anticipate risks and also to better manage these risks. So when we want to anticipate the risk to forests or forest ecosystem services, it's important to understand where these risks are more likely to occur and which are the forests that are most susceptible to natural disturbances in this case. So just an example of a study that we use to do that is we use a combination of satellite detected natural disturbances. So this is in the canton of Graubünden, and this is just a series of examples of disturbances that happened just in the year of 2018. And those disturbances we can detect now from, in this case, from Landsat time series, but also from other forms of remote sensing data. And when we combine this with forest management records, then we can really give these disturbances a context and understand which are the drivers or the agents that are causing these disturbances, whether it's wind throws or bark beetles or snow breakage, for instance. And when we have a large data set of these type of disturbances, we can start to analyze what are the factors that determine which forests are more or less susceptible to these disturbances. And we did this for the canton of Graubünden, and we found some things that we can all expect based on already the talks that we heard today. So spruce forests are more exposed to natural disturbances, especially at lower elevations, at south-facing slopes, so in warmer sites. So this is all pretty clear. But we also found some things that we were not expecting that much, or that were more interesting. For instance, the fact that the way that the land has been managed in the past has an influence on the forest's susceptibility to disturbances today. So specifically, forests that were established about 100 or 80 years ago on former agricultural land that are mostly very homogeneous, dense spruce forests are today the ones that are most susceptible to disturbances at the moment. And what was even more interesting for us was that forests that had been recently managed during the last 10 years were actually also more susceptible to natural disturbances on the short term, because their stability was reduced due to this management interventions. So what does this tell us about reducing the susceptibility of forests to disturbances? So one thing is that it's important to maintain those old and structurally rich and diverse forests that are more stable, and to prioritize maintaining those forests because they're more likely to be able to provide services on the long term. And when we do management interventions that are often now aimed to increase the resilience, so for instance, thinning, to promote certain tree species and so on, these management interventions should take place quite early in the stand development in the forest, before these stands reach this very vulnerable phase when they're very dense and homogeneous. So that we can anticipate risks a bit, understand which forests are more susceptible, but we cannot really always prevent these disturbances from happening. So how do they affect ecosystem services? So we've already heard a lot about ecosystem services of mountain forests, so all of these benefits that we get from forests and landscapes like this. But how are these then affected by disturbances? So we've already heard a lot about the negative effects, like the potential loss of stored carbon, the instability in wood production because of disturbances, or the negative effect on forest cover and therefore protection from natural hazards. But there's also some potentially positive effects of natural disturbances. So for instance, they can increase the landscape and habitat diversity and provide dead wood, which we've already heard is really important for biodiversity. Dead wood can also play a really important role in the protective function of forests. So if it remains in the stand after a disturbance, it can actually help the forest to still provide some protection from avalanches, for instance. And actually, when we look at the effect on landscape beauty, this really depends on people's perception and their awareness of the effects of the importance of dead wood, for instance. And all of these effects can be either mitigated or even exacerbated by salvage logging. So that's really something that is important to consider. For instance, if we leave dead wood in the forest, it might help to maintain the protection function of the forest, but it might also increase the risk of some further disturbances by bark beetles. And what's also important to note is that all of these are short-term effects, but on the long term, when we have disturbances that increase the landscape diversity and increase the forest structural diversity, this can actually also facilitate the forest adaptation to climate change. So how can we combine this information and use it to help support management? We can use remote sensing as well as other data and local knowledge and feed it into models to get maps of ecosystem services. Like this one here in the Lower Engadine, which shows the forests that are most important in providing avalanche protection. And we can use this kind of information to prioritize where management for more resilience should take place, because we sometimes cannot manage everything. And we can also combine this with information about the risk based on natural disturbances to see the spatial patterns of where which ecosystem services will be potentially affected by natural disturbances and to what extent. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of this map, but I just want you to realize that there's a lot of spatial heterogeneity, so the risks are not the same everywhere. And they also depend on how we manage the forest and on what the level of demand for ecosystem services is. So there are some areas where it's more important to maintain, for instance, the protection function of forests, but others where it's okay to let natural processes take place. And it's important to understand this and to understand it spatially so that we can prioritize where we need to do which kind of interventions. But one thing we found is that a very high provision of ecosystem services, so for instance, high level of carbon sequestration or high protection function, is often also associated with a higher risk. So some key take-home messages that I want you to take from my talk and also from others today is, firstly, that remote sensing can be a really useful tool to map and monitor both disturbances and ecosystem services, but we still need a lot of local knowledge and information to give this data a context. We know that these spruce forests that are on former agricultural land and very homogeneous are particularly susceptible. And so in these forests, we have to be careful about the timing of management interventions. But we also can consider that these disturbances can be a catalyst of the transformation of these forests towards a more resilient structure. And mapping the risk of ecosystem services, when we include also the demand for ecosystem services, can help us identify priorities for adaptation. And we have to be aware, as we've already heard today, of the potential trade-offs, for instance, between maximizing the current ecosystem service provision and having a more stable and robust ecosystem provision in the future. But one thing that I also want you to remember is that a lot of these things are associated with a high uncertainty, both what will happen with the forest in the future and how the ecosystem services will take place in the future and what people's demands for ecosystem services will be. So it's important to be aware of this uncertainty and to manage for resilience so that we can adapt to these potential changes and to also monitor and adapt as changes happen in the future. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Anna, for this overview on management issues. And you excuse my voice. And we are going to move on to what is entitled the wrap-up policy framework on sustaining of ecosystem services. It's going to be given by Giorgio Vacchiano. You know him already from the first session. He was the chairman. So please, Giorgio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Matthias. So my presentation is going to deal with policy incentives and support to providing ecosystem services by mountain forests. I'm going to wait for some seconds for the slides to appear. If they don't appear, I can just do without them. looking at the tech people.
Can we get the slides for?
Okay, I'll start speaking. I know my speech,
that's
so
great.
I can skim through it, and maybe I will also save some time to us
That's
all.
good.
By summarizing it in a few key points. So we have already heard that mountain forests and alpine forests play an important role in providing ecosystem services. In fact, according to the last assessment report of European ecosystems, forests provide about half of the economic value of all ecosystem services by ecosystems in Europe. And that's about 200 billion euros, which is the same amount of revenues from the agricultural and forest sector continent-wise in the European Union. The same assessment tells us two interesting things. On one hand, the level of provision of ecosystem services in the last 10 years has not increased. It has been stable or decreased in 50% of the cases. On the other hand, the demand for these ecosystem services, especially regulating ones, has increased in 85% of cases. So we have a kind of a mismatch here, and we need instruments to incentivize and promote the maintenance and improvement of ecosystem services by forest to answer to these pressing demands. At the European level, some policies have been put in place since quite some time. Actually, three things need to happen. One, we need a common framework, a common agreement on how to measure and what to measure. So what kind of ecosystem services are there? And this has been done already since 2009 with the CICES framework, so a standardized framework of how to describe ecosystem services by European forests. Second, we need actually to know what's there, to measure them. And there are both continental and nationwide initiatives to measure the level of provision of forest ecosystem services. The most recent of which is the MAES framework, which measures actually the level of forest ecosystem services in Europe. But we also need a third thing, which is schemes to incentivize forest owners and forest managers to manage their forests in order to provide the services, both from a productive point of view and from a regulating point of view, for climate mitigation, adaptation, water regulation, soil protection, all the things that we've been hearing. And in my slides, I had some key points from a paper that came out a couple of years ago. Okay, maybe I can resume. Thank you to the tech people for bringing it back. So a paper that analyzed EU policies to see how they are incentivizing the provision of ecosystem services by forest owners and managers. And what came out is three main points. One is that actually few policies mandate member states to report on the stocks and flows of ecosystem services. So the reporting is there, but it's not yet mandatory. Second, most policies focus exclusively on one category of ecosystem services. So we have, for example, the Water Framework Directive that focuses on water provision. We have a climate mitigation strategy that focuses on climate mitigation, but it's hard to find policies that actually incentivize more than one ecosystem service at a time. And this can be a problem because sometimes you have trade-offs. So you have actions that can increase one ecosystem services and decrease the other one. So in policies, I think there is still a need for more integrated promotion and incentives to take this fact into account. And in the end, most of European policies, with the exception of the Common Agricultural Policy, do not actually have a dedicated fund to implement ecosystem services, to incentivize owners. So this is left to member states, to owners, or to the free market. There are different ways, of course, in which you can incentivize the provision of ecosystem services. If institutional financing is not coming, then everything is left to the free market. But again, here we have something to do, something to improve, because the free market is not currently very well regulated. We have a lot of different standards to measure ecosystem services, to sell them over the counter, and to find sellers and buyers to make this link. There are, of course, different ways in which ecosystem services can be financed. Most of what happens now happens through direct financial payments. There can be alternatives like financial support for the communities that provide these services, or in-kind payments, or even other forms. And of course, there are a lot of buyers interested in buying ecosystem services that provide the common good for communities, including private businesses, which of course play a very prominent and important role in this economic exchange. But the market is much more complex than just buyers and sellers. There's a number of other subjects. This is an example from, for example, the carbon credit ecosystem, so just one kind of ecosystem service. So we have auditors, third-party certificators, investors, such as banks or insurance companies, pension funds. We have brokers that try to put together buyers and sellers. And all this is currently very poorly or very little regulated at European level and at member states level. So this leaves space for a lot of suboptimal exchanges, maybe greenwashing sometimes, so claiming that ecosystem services are there when in fact they are not there. The main danger, the main thing that we should remember here is that revenues and payments for ecosystem services should start from the criteria of additionality. So staying again in the carbon example, forests store carbon and they absorb carbon per se, okay? They carry out photosynthesis, so any forest does that regardless of what we do. What we should incentivize and pay is additional actions to improve this sink, this carbon sequestrations relative to a baseline. And this is not only for carbon, but for all kinds of ecosystem services. So it's very important to find agreements on how to describe these baselines and how, therefore, to highlight and quantify additionality. We try to do this with a Life Plus project happening in the Alps and Apennines, so Italian mountains. You can check online the different aspects of the project. In Italy, for example, we cannot currently claim carbon credits for the private market due to the unclear status of the Paris Agreement and carbon international negotiations. What we do here is to try and generate sustainability credits. So looking at carbon mitigation, but also disturbance prevention and increase of the protective effects of forests, which we have already heard about this morning. So my bottom line here is that we need policy to act on two lines. First, provide more certification and provide incentives from top down to regulate these kind of economic exchanges for ecosystem services. And second, as I had already the chance to say at the end of the first session, we need more forest planning. So everything that we are saying this morning depend crucially on the existence of forest management plans. And for example, in Italy, also one more result from yesterday's new data is that only 15% of forests currently have a management plan. This is unacceptable. This is not the way to manage a forest sustainably and to improve the provision of ecosystem services. Some conclusion points. For the ecosystem survey concept to be accepted outside of environmentally interested people, we have to draw attention to the economic benefits. And this is already happening. Natural capital accounting is entering the mainstream of businesses and also administrations. But we need policies and consistent policies from the European level and from member states to take ecosystem service provision and quantification into account. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Giorgio. That was, well, without slides in the first half, and that was a great sort of summary and rounding off this sort of the services part, if we want to call it this way, and then we would move on to the last panel for today's event, and that would then move on into from the planning action, so to say, into the hands-on actions on digitalization and using of this corresponding information. So the first talk in this panel is going to be given by Aurora Bozzini from the University of Padua, and this is entitled Remote Detection of Spruce Bark Beetle Infestations in the Italian Alps. Please, Aurora, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me today. I'm going to talk to you about remote sensing techniques applied to the study of forest pest population dynamics in the northeastern Alps. And so our study is part of the Dolomites 2 project, together with our partners from the Free University of Bozen and the Bock University of Vienna. I'm going to summarize very quickly some concepts that have already been explained this morning. So the subject of our study is Hypsipographus, an Eurasian bark beetle that attacks Norway spruce and kills it at the larvae stage. And Hypsipographus preferably attacks weak or recently dead trees in which the phloem is still fresh. And this characteristic is what makes this pest so harmful to forests that are already damaged by other abiotic disturbances, such as storms, snowfalls, or windthrows, like the violent viostorm that impacted on the northeastern Alps in the winter of 2018. After extreme events like this, in fact, the bark beetles dispose of a large amount of damaged trees that, if not properly managed, can become a favorable environment in which they can grow in population, eventually causing outbreaks and expanding onto healthy stands also. So as we know, extreme weather events like these are going to be much more frequent due to climate change, and it's even more important to develop effective techniques to prevent population outbreaks and limit further ecological and economic damages. So for this reason, our project aims to integrate the biological and ecological information on Hypsipographus with the remote sensing information on the health status of the trees in the Alps forest to assess bark beetle infestation dynamics. In fact, through satellite imagery, we can try to detect and map bark beetle infestations at the early stages, gaining useful information to help forestry operators better manage the damaged material and prevent further expansion. To do this, we rely on the imagery from the Sentinel-2 mission of the Copernicus program of the European Space Agency, because it presents several benefits, such as a high revisit time, high spatial resolution down to 10 per 10 meters pixels, and also multispectral resolution with 13 bands in the visible and infrared spectra. All of these while being available for free on the Copernicus Open Hub. So all of these characteristics determine a high potential use of this imagery. To assess the health status, the vitality status of the trees, we use the so-called vegetation indices that are calculated using certain spectral bands from these images. So the most commonly used for this purpose is the normalized vegetation index, as known as NDVI, which, as you can see, is calculated using the near-infrared and the visible red spectral bands. Here I wanted to show you an example of an NDVI image of one of our study areas from which we can then extract our potentially detected areas. We don't use just one vegetation index, we use a combination of vegetation indices because this method has a greater ability to detect vitality variations that can be possibly due to forest pest attacks. So here you can see an overview of the procedures we follow. We start from an important phase of pre-processing of the images in which we work on a time series of images with a low cloud cover percentage, on which we then calculate the indices that we want to consider, and we select our study areas. We then proceed to calculate the indices variations between different years, and we set threshold values to detect variations and define variations that can be due to bark beetle attacks, from variations that can be due to other disturbances. This way we can locate our potentially attacked areas that will have to be verified in the field. Field surveys are in fact, I'm sorry for the slide. Field surveys are in fact a really important part of the study because not only they allow us to validate our results, but they also allow us to obtain precise GPS positions of both actually healthy forest and actually infested parts of the forest. So from this position we can extract indices values that correspond to the real health conditions of the forest, and we can create a data set of values that can help to better calibrate our parameters and improve the method. Anyway, when working with satellite imagery, we need to consider the differences in light reflectance behavior due to different sunlight exposure conditions. In particular, we can have differences in reflectance due to different factors, such as the presence of shadows, the variation in the sun position between different seasons, and also the aspect, that is the different sunlight exposure of different versions of the mountains. For example, as you can see here, the satellite imagery can be more reliable on the south exposed versions because they are the one directly sun exposed during the day. And there are a lot more spots detected on these north exposed versions, as you can see, but these results can be caused also by noise due in fact to the reflectance differences, and this has to be taken into account. So in this context, the characteristic features of the Alpine landscape pose some difficulties in the application of remote sensing techniques, starting from the availability of cloud-free images to landscape irregularity and all the differences in light reflectance that for the reasons just exposed. And all these factors have to be considered when interpreting the detection results. So to overcome these issues and improve the method, we can focus on some strategies, like finding vegetation indices combinations that are more susceptible to variation in trees due to pest attacks. We can create a solid data set of indices values that correspond to different conditions of both light and health status of the forests, and this would be really important to better understand the reflectance behavior of infested regions. And finally, also the integration of machine learning techniques can be really useful to evaluate the detection results, in particular if applied on large areas and regions. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Aurora, for the view from space, from far away. This is, I think, going to be more and more relevant for all and many different disciplines. So now we are sort of focusing on the very local aspects by looking at the opportunities and limits of unmanned aerial systems, or drones in sort of normal words for environmental monitoring. And this is going to be given by Gernot Paulus from the FH in Kärnten. So please, Gernot, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. Also special thanks to John and Alessandro for the invitation and having me here today. And I would like to give a high-level overview about the use and applications of unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones, in the context of environmental monitoring, and also discuss with you a little bit the opportunities and also the limits of these innovative systems. So I'm Professor for Geoinformation at Carinthia University of Applied Sciences for more than 20 years now, and since 10 years I'm leading the research group SIENA, that stands for Spatial Informatics for Environmental Applications, and here we're interested to use drones for different applications. And here you can just see some impressions and examples of different systems. So we use here fixed wing systems, rotary systems, also systems lighter than air, which are actually balloons, for application areas like measuring snow height in alpine terrain, understanding flow patterns close to fish passages at rivers, precision viticulture, and also, of course, forestry. So just to put now these unmanned aerial systems in a nutshell, what are these opportunities and limitations? So at first, I think it's really a cool technology, cool in the sense that we communicate this as a sort of an entrance to attract young people and also young researchers into this field. It's also now becoming more and more mature. It's specifically also for environmental monitoring. And this is also providing a sort of a connecting link between measurements and observations on the ground and what we have just seen before in the presentation from space. So to look a little bit more into detail, we have here now a system which is really highly flexible, which means if we do a mission in the morning, we can actually start an automatic processing chain and have the results of this mission, of the specific plot of land, at the same day. We even can do multiple missions a day, for example, if you're interested in diurnal changes, and theoretically we can do this 365 days a year. We have meteorological constraints. We cannot fly if it is too cold, if it is too windy, if there is precipitations. On the other hand, we do not have this cloud dependence, what we have with satellite remote sensing, because we actually fly quite low, close to the ground. An operator is required, which means you need some skilled persons to be able to fly the systems safely, but on the other hand, it's also a safety issue. And this is also important. What we can get here is really not only a high resolution, but a very high resolution at comparatively low costs. Very high resolution means that we are actually able here even to create auto images, georeferenced images and 3D models, even at the single leaf level, if this is necessary. This, of course, causes also a lot of data management efforts. So we are not here at the moment like we have it with the Copernicus, that you really have a very nice access to this data in a structured way. So we have to deal here with a lot of processing issues. Another advantage is we can change the payload, which you cannot do on a satellite, of course. So we can use different types of sensors. Of course, operation of drones is related to a lot of concerns. So we have to face here restrictive legislation. So people are very concerned about privacy, for example. But the good message here is that since 2020, we have here a European-wide standardized legislation for the use of drones here. And this is make things in the future definitely easier. It's a clean system with electric propulsion. We only can do limitations in terms of the area we can cover, but this is also improving by becoming more capable systems. And there we also have a lot of application domains here. So if we would like to put this now a little bit into perspective to other remote sensing technologies, I would just like to discuss with you here today this interdisciplinary innovation network for multi-scale environmental monitoring. And this is actually meant to present here a sort of a holistic approach and also framework to the digitization and therefore also quantification and also documentation of ecosystem services. We have heard a lot already today. And this system here actually, so this framework consists out of different pillars. I would just like to discuss a little bit today here now in detail. On the one hand, we have the application domain. This is driving a lot of the use of these systems. So it really ranges here from water management, meteorology, air quality measurements, biodiversity, agriculture, viticulture, and of course forestry. So, and every application domain has its specific needs which needed to be considered. We also then have different platforms. So we have on the one hand the space segment with the Copernicus and Sentinel satellites. We have the segment of the air, but we also have these type of systems possible to operate on water and also even on the ground. And these platforms are equipped with different types of sensors. And these sensors here, we have really incredible set of possibilities available here, ranging from very high resolution RGB cameras. We can actually even equip here laser scanning. We can have radar systems. We can have thermal cameras and also multispectral cameras. And these multispectral cameras, for example, here can also operate in the same spectral range, but with a much higher resolution, for example, as the Sentinel satellites we have just seen also before. And then with the sensors and this platform, we can cover environmental data. And these environmental data here then needed to be processed, where we have also a rich set of different types of analysis approaches. And Anna also showed some examples here of mapping these ecosystem services. So it's spatiotemporal analysis we can do here. Based on these digital data, then 3D and 4D visualizations here. We can also fuse the different data from the different scales together and also provide here machine learning techniques for automated classification. A very important point here in this whole framework is, of course, the quality assessment, because at the end of the day, the customers will actually really need validated data in order to be sure to make here then a good management decisions. And what is of course also important here is that the overall legal framework. So we have now this European-wide legislation for the operation of these unmanned aerial systems, but also things of business development here is also important.
Gernot, excuse me the interruption, so you're running out of time.
Okay, so yeah, I'm almost finished here. So these are just some 4 customers here, ranging from the governmental sector, the application domain, from sensor data and customers, and also, of course, there's a strong need for research and development from an interdisciplinary perspective. And the last point here is actually at the end, where this environmental service solution actually should provide are actually data and information for making better management decisions. And this is to understand and also quantify the change. So we need change detection and then also the impact assessment of these changes. And this should help also at the end of the day to reach this United Nations SDG goal number 15 and also to support here the managing sustainably of alpine forests and reverse biodiversity loss. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Gernot, for the information and challenges for the details, for the very local exploitation. And then we are quickly moving on to sort of a big international system, so the Copernicus EMS rapid mapping service in dealing with the consequences of the Vaya storm. We have already heard about this storm in 2018, and this is going to be presented by Lucia Luizietti from eGeos in Italy. Lucia, can you hear us?
Yes, very well. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we can even see your first slide, so please go ahead.
Okay, good morning everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm responsible in eGeos of Emergency Services and Operation, and I'm the technical coordinator of the Copernicus EMS Rapid Mapping Service. Okay. The Copernicus Emergency Management Service is part of the Copernicus program implemented by the European Commission to monitor and forecast the state of environment on land, sea, and in the atmosphere in order to support climate change mitigation and adaptation strategy, the efficient management of emergency situation, and the improvement of the security of every citizen. The Copernicus EMS use satellite imagery. We already seen several examples today, and others show spatial data to provide mapping services to address natural disaster, human-made emergency situation, and humanitarian crisis throughout the world. In particular, the rapid mapping service provides spatial information within hours from its activation in support of emergency management activities immediately following a disaster. Since 2012, eGeos is the group leader of the consortium that is providing the Copernicus EMS Rapid Mapping Service with continuity since the operational phase. This picture in this slide show the distribution of the rapid mapping activation. We collected 547 since 2012 per event type. You can understand now that the service is monitoring the evolution of the lava flow in La Palma, and we are still receiving requests for wildfire events. During this summer, we supported more than 30 rapid mapping activation inside Europe. It was an exceptional wildfire season. In October 2019, the rapid mapping service was triggered by the Italian Civil Protection for mapping the damage made by the Vaia storm. Indeed, as already shown in previous presentation, extreme meteorological events are important causes of damage even in the Alpine environment, characterized by strong winds that can damage infrastructure and alter intensively vegetation. The Italian Civil Protection triggered the service a few days after the event for a fast analysis based on satellite imagery. This quantitative analysis was relevant for understanding the magnitude of the event and for identifying the most affected area where the attention of decision makers need to be focused on immediately after the event. It cannot be considered for sure an exhaustive analysis, but in few days a huge area was analyzed in order to identify and delineate the area with the loss of tree cover. Over 4 regions, 4,200 hectares of loss of tree cover were detected. This picture shows very well the situation after the Vaia storm, acquired by very high resolution optical data. The analysis were based on a visual change detection and not a machine learning approach, because we have a few hours for deliver the product with a high accuracy of the content of the product. And so the analysis were based on a visual change detection between a pre-event and a post-event imagery. In this way, it's possible to perform an accurate delineation of the affected area. This kind of rapid mapping product is delivered within 9 hours, so it's a very fast product since the availability of the post-event satellite images, and the user can use data for further analysis in their system. This is a very important point for the user analysis that can be finalized after the delivery of the rapid mapping products. This is another view of the satellite images used for the analysis, and this is another interesting view of one of the affected area 1 year after the Vaia storm from the Copernicus Open Sentinel-2 imagery. The affected area are clearly visible and can be, for sure, as already remarked by the previous presenter, can be monitored using Copernicus Earth observation data due to the good resolution, due to the high revisit. And so it is a powerful tool to monitoring the evolution of the situation after the disaster. After the analysis performed in Italy, the rapid mapping service was requested for the same event also in Austria. So in this picture, there is a similar production over additional area of interest defined with the Austrian Civil Protection. At the end, in this case, we defined the 17 area of interest, and again, we based the rapid mapping product on the analysis of very high resolution optical imagery. All the areas were defined on the border with Italy due to the fact that at the end we monitoring the same event with a different effect in Austria. This is my last slide. I know that we don't have a lot of time, so thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Lucia, and especially also for perfectly being in time. That's great. And with this, we are moving, so to say, from the way how we get the data, so how we observe all this information, to what we do with it. And that's this last presentation in this second session. And this is entitled How Artificial Intelligence and Big Data Platforms Can Deliver New End-User Services for Forest Management. It's going to be presented by Laurent Clerge from Atos in France. Laurent, can you...
yes, I can hear you. Good morning, everyone.
And we hear you, and we see your slide, so please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, thanks to you. And I'm really happy to present you our positioning after all the presentation this morning. I'm responsible for Atos of the development of sustainable services, focusing for sure on decarbonization and climate change impact. Then in this way, we present some technical elements and how we address end user services for forest management. As already said this morning, the forest environment is really complex, and to address it, we build complete ecosystems of technology and also research centers and experimental territories for demonstrate how we can solve issues and problematics for end users. Then a first element, and some of my colleagues have already explained what is it. We operate an industrial platform for the European Space Agency in Europe to give a easy and efficient access to Copernicus program. And we have built a biggest platform on that with a specific consortium. And based on that, with a big volume of data for sure, more 30 petabytes of open data, one image each week, and more of 5 years of archives, we have a positioning to create new services for end users. In link with what we have already heard this morning, we have a lot of scientific research and results, very interesting to promote and to extrapolate, but the problem is really how to reach the end users. And that's really our positioning with this platform of Earth observation, but also with a specific and historical activity of Atos to create industrial platform dedicated to ingestion of different kind of data, compute it, and disseminate end user services. And we are actually building a platform dedicated to territories and connected territories, who is able to integrate multi-data sources from Earth observation, but also Internet of Things, and integrate all of industrial parts as service level agreement, but also creation of catalogs of scientific algorithms validated by partners in terms of research laboratories, but also middleware components and a lot of things necessary to disseminate science, big technology component and big data to end user with a high qualified level of information and a sustainable way also to ensure a complete service during the time. Here, a quick view of our organization. On the left part, we have technical element, technical components, Copernicus for sure, and Earth observation. We have also elements on drones and IoT. All ground data sources we have in front of us and often in the property of our customers, and globally the open data. To validate what we provide to our customers, we create partnerships with R&D and laboratory centers, in different ways, thesis, postdoc, or a specific integrated team with these laboratories to use all the resources we are able to provide in terms of Earth observation, but also in terms of all data ingestion to create a big family. His name for the moment is Green Care, who is able to provide tools to measure territory efficiency, to address different levels of actors, big actors in terms of institution, public or private, but also local authorities in terms of management, but also policy roadmap and policy makers, and some of components linked to all of this complex system with application for citizens. That's the overview. For today, we address some of parts of forestry on sustainable development services in terms of food security, but also biodiversity preservation, air quality, carbon sinks, and a lot of things we have already heard. Then I will save time on this part. You know it, and some of experts have already explained. Specifically for large-scale forest monitoring, we are able, with all elements already explained, to create maps for sure, but the interest is also to create already available services for our customers to inherit of the archives of the imagery from Copernicus, for example, to ingest in the artificial intelligence knowledge specific to understand what is expected in the past and how to prevent the future. And on this way, on different thematics, and you know it, and some of other aspects I've already explained. From my part, I will focus on specific existing services to show that's not a dream, but reality now. For example, here on the north of Milan, I have opened a dedicated service created for the COP26 and operate by the platform and for the future. And we have compute automatically a filter already explained by a colleague just before on NDVI mapping to integrate automatically, and that's available at global scale for all the Earth, and each week automatically to help and to support users to directly use this add value data in algorithm and create direct thematic add value. That's, for example, for Milan, and we base that on Sentinel optical and also Sentinel-1 SAR radar. Based on that, we can go over to focus on. Sorry, I will just jump in another, but I have the bad. Yeah. Thanks. Here, an example of the combination with different add value data to help cities and to replant, in fact, inside cities, but that the same problematics in mountains. For example, here we have combined hotspot detection, vegetation monitoring to provide directly indicators to prioritize actions. Then on this little example, the interest is to see in some seconds how with a big platform on the cloud and artificial intelligence, we are able to compute big volume of data to provide intermediate add value data to thematize what is the content of imagery and verticalize it regarding the job of the needs of the customers to provide really basic indicators to prioritize the actions and so on. And this process is only available because with our partnership we building before with our partners and laboratories to ensure high quality of this decision help data. And that was the exercise I will happy to present you today. Then I don't know if that's sufficient, but the interest is really to see all elements already heard and discussed this morning can be not easily, but that's possible to create industrial end user services to help decision makers to bring a new decision based on data and qualified data validated by science and laboratories.
Excuse me, Laurent, you're also running out of time. Can you please sort of come to concluding remarks?
That was my conclusion, in fact.
That's perfect.
That's all for my side.
Okay, thanks a lot. So that well concludes the speeches and the presentations that we had in this second part of this event towards COP26, the road towards COP26. On the program there is a question and answer session, a short one. I've been told that despite being Swiss, I'm allowed to sort of extend the time a little bit into questions, so that we end the whole event a little late. I've tried to see whether there is a question on the from remote. I cannot see any, but maybe, Jack, will you help me? The question is there any urgent question in the audience? Yes, you will. Yeah, that's great. So you're getting a microphone here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another really interesting session. I wanted to ask you about the carbon credit system that you referenced, because it really strikes me that this is a really important area that's going to become even more important over the next 10 to 20 years, and that you may find yourselves with some unusual allies. And I'm thinking of the oil and gas companies who really need this in order to decarbonize and offset emissions. So talking about additional forests, not existing ones. And you're talking about how what we need are policies and frameworks in place with governments. And I was just wondering about the potential for creating partnerships actually with some of these companies who often have an awful lot of influence in countries, and could actually work with you to help these frameworks be put in place. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So I'm not sure to whom I'm going to give that. Okay, Giorgio, please.
Thanks. Thank you very much for the question. Of course, is a very much controversial issue that you bring forth. Okay, a couple of things that come from the scientific data that we have. First of all, the numbers tell us that we cannot possibly compensate our emissions only by planting trees. So there was this very famous study already 2 years ago from ETH Zurich trying to quantify the global area available for planting trees. But even though the study was scrutinized heavily by the scientific community, some things had to be corrected. But what we now know is that even if we planted trees on all the global area that's available for that, so excluding agricultural and urban areas, but our emissions kept increasing, we will soon face a situation in which we cannot compensate more than 20% of emissions by planting additional trees on the planet. So compensation by any kind of company, not only energy companies, but any kind of business and states, cannot only be based upon planting trees and creating new forests. The first step has to be reducing emissions, because that's the way forward, and that's what will be discussed in the pre-COP and in the COP26 in Glasgow in a few weeks. Having said this, another important point that it's still up in the air for Glasgow negotiations is Article 6 of the Paris Agreement rulebook. And that's a very important article because that will set the rules for exchanging carbon credits. So the old mechanisms under the Kyoto Protocol has expired last year, so on December 31st, 2020. So we're not anymore under the Kyoto Protocol. The clean development mechanism does not exist anymore, basically. So a new mechanism has to be put in place. And there are several ways in which we can create a carbon exchange system globally. Some are more effective, some are very much less effective. So we hope that the discussion in Glasgow are really effective in establishing a system that's reliable and that can see actually what the atmosphere sees, because that's the main thing, that's the main issue. I look at Giacomo Grassi here, who has done a lot of research to show how we can make sure that a system like that is put in place. Certainly, we need partnership with the private sector. We need all businesses to jump on a train of the ecological transition and decarbonization. But again, let me stress, we really need everyone to start working on reducing emission first. And the chart that was shown again by Giacomo was clear about this. So we need a decarbonization pathway that starts from reducing emissions, and only then the part of emissions that we cannot possibly reduce, we can use trees and new forests. And everything we have said this morning show us that carbon stocks in forests are not forever. So forests are subject to a lot of pressures, to vulnerabilities from climate change. We certainly have to make them more resilient, but again, that's not like putting in a safe forever. I mean, soil is more like that, but above ground carbon is not forever. So like diamonds. So that's my main point. We certainly need to involve all companies, but that's the path that I would choose.
Okay, thanks a lot. So that was a very clear statement. Yeah, I see that there is another answer from the floor. Yeah, please come here to.
Hello, I'm Andrea Marsanic from ENI, the Italian energy company. So the question is quite interesting because I agree with what you said. We cannot rely on compensation. I mean, the path is clear. We have to reduce emissions. But what we can do, and what our company is doing, and other companies are doing, is that we can anticipate, because in our path toward net zero, we will reduce 90% of our emissions by reducing the emissions. But of course, we have those that are called hard to abate emissions. We can tackle them starting today, without waiting. And we know that forestry as a whole, not only planting new trees, because it has been shown, I mean, deforestation today emits in the atmosphere more greenhouse gases than the European Union as a whole in the world. So what we can do today is that we can tackle those emissions that can be tackled. So let's try to slow down the deforestation. Let's try to use all the natural climate solutions that are available and reliable, and move towards a decarbonized energy in an efficient way, because otherwise it will be very, very difficult to get there. So I'm very happy to hear that there's a debate on how to gain some kind of agreement between all the parties involved, so that the credibility of the credits or the offsets is clear, because that's what we rely on. We want to have the open discussion so that the additionality that was mentioned before is clear. Our actions have to be additional as compared to the status quo. Okay, so if I can avoid emission elsewhere while I'm tackling my own emission, well, we should do that, because we have to act now. We cannot wait. Okay, so thank you.
Thanks a lot, Andrea. That's really relevant, I think, as also a sort of a bridge across the different stakeholders in the whole area of activity. Now, before I'm coming to ask you whether there are more final questions, I just can say that there was one anonymous question on the chat asking whether this event is being recorded and whether it's made available on Bluetooth or so. I see John thumbs up, so that apparently will happen. So I'm sort of, even if this last statement would have been perfect to round up the whole morning and well, noon time here, I would ask again, whether there are more questions. So there is one. Please, if you come up to take a microphone and maybe introduce yourself. I haven't had the pleasure
my name is
to meet you.
Ludovico from Maloba from the British Embassy. I have a question for the last presenter. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Was it Laurent, the last presenter? It was pretty impressive seeing the use of artificial intelligence in mapping out the areas that need urgent intervention. And I was just thinking in the context of the developing world like Africa, if there's any knowledge transfer in place to bridge the gap, and if you've had any projects that you're partnering with the countries in Africa, have you had any success, and what are the main challenges that you're facing? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question. Yeah, in fact, we are starting to respond some requests from different countries in Africa, and for sure that's a clear target for us to help a lot of countries to inherit of all the technology available now to reach, in fact, the objective of the climate change and also the food security challenge, because that's really important for them, for the food security directly, but also for all the climate change problematics, greenhouse gas emissions, and how to contribute at the global scale on this balance. Then, yeah, we know we have some opportunities to address some needs. That's in progress. In fact, we have to structure this action in front of United Nations action, but also different countries helping growing markets to be relevant on that. And I think that's a main strategy for us to address these countries. And that's also in line with the COP26 objectives. Yeah, I don't know if I answer completely of the question, but yeah, that's in line, and we have some issues, but that's a thing to structure and address the good financial institutions to propose that, and to find also the partnerships in all countries, because when I explain our positioning, you have to understand that we have also to have partnership with each country, each laboratories in each latitude and each area, to be able to provide a good level of information on rice, on maize, and other problematics dedicated to specific areas.
Thanks a lot, Laura, for these clarifications and extra explanations. So this would be, I'm owing you the final response for the anonymous request or question. Yes, this event is being recorded. John is not sure where it's actually going to be shown, but all those registered will be informed on where they can have access to the recording. Okay, so last call for questions. If we do have I cannot see anything. I have not checked again the chat. But I think so we are getting well, towards half an hour over time. So I think we have seen here this morning and early afternoon, that forest services are extremely important. I think every single presentation has emphasized that. We have seen that we need data. We have seen that we have possibilities to get the data from either from the satellites or from closer by. I think I have learned especially that that I was just not aware of that. Explicitly that forest management really matters, and that it is only a small percentage, I forget the number, 15%, I guess, that is being managed at the present time, and that this should change. I would like to wrap it up and just to give you a question on your ways back home. In the first session, there was a question about what has to change, and how then mentioned that they needed time to experiment with which species and where and what and how to do that. And to me, it triggered the question, but I mean, the forest grows in like 50 years maybe, or even more. So do we have the time to experiment? And could we have some other means to at least reduce the time that is needed with this? So with this open question to the end, I would like to thank all the speakers in the second part, and I take the opportunity to also thank all the speakers in the first part. I thank the organizers for this event. I think that the fact that we took too much time is just showing that this is an extremely relevant topic, and there are more questions to be solved in this respect. Thank you very much for all of you for being here, and with this I think I'm allowed to close the event officially. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. Enjoy.
Bye bye.